power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, and nurture you. Oh, the power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, and nurture you.
Welcome to day 5 of Quantum Soul Guidance Summit, the final day of our coming together as a community of Galactic Astrology soul readers with the intention to offer support and guidance to our extended community for the year 2025 and beyond. I'm so grateful for receiving the emails and comments and messages of stories of expansion and activation and gratitude. Thank you all who took time to share your experience. And I also realized what a blessing it is for us to be here together in the sacred container during such turbulent time. And perhaps as we come together, the frequency of the high vibration, love, wisdom, hope, and faith that galactic astrology certainly can bring in times like this, because as we learn to understand the cosmic cycles, we are gifted with the experiential knowing that there is order in the seeming chaos. So it's beautiful to see how, when we are more consciously co-creating with the celestial beings, we are supported and guided even through the most difficult experiences, seeing them all as a blessing in disguise eventually. Everything is ushering us towards the path of initiation into more expanded awareness, greater connectivity, greater harmony, and deeper understanding of our unique purpose on Earth at this time. I'm also grateful to see many of the viewers, some of the newcomers to the topic, being inspired to dive deeper with the galactic astrology and using it as a powerful tool in navigating their own lives. So I feel excited for the journey that's ahead of you, as it's usually filled with a lot of magic and synchronicities and blessings. So enjoy that, and know that you can always connect with our community for guidance and support. So let's dive deep into the topics of the day. Final 5 speakers coming with beautiful presentations and great wisdom, tips and tools that can support you in the year 2025 and beyond. Some of the topics that you can look forward to are unlocking your celestial blueprint, galactic stories and mandalas for the soul, which will be presented by Margo Zen. Ask the Galactic Holistic Oracle, presented by Couli. Exploring galactic family constellations, unlock and heal your cosmic ancestry, presented by Miriam Weedman. The Galactic Genome and Plasma Consciousness, Co-Evolving with Advanced Galactic Races, presented by Elizabeth A. Hazzard. And last presentation of the summit, but not least, is on remembering the song of creation, Uranus activation of the Pleiades in 2025, presented by Cibil Star. So as always, I encourage you to keep your notepads handy so that you can write down any gems of wisdom that you may use going forward to support your year 2025 and beyond. I'll be back after a short segment of a countdown to introduce the first speaker of the day. Thank you for being here with us. See you in a bit. The first speaker of the final day of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit is Margo Zen. She will talk about unlocking your celestial blueprint with galactic stories and mandalas for the soul. Margo Zen is a certified Quantum Soul Guidance practitioner, visual communicator, and spiritual guide dedicated to fostering self-discovery, empowerment, and soul alignment. With a passion for galactic astrology and over a decade of experience in visual arts, Margo combines her expertise to create transformative experiences that nurture the mind, body, and soul. Through her practice, Margo helps clients uncover their celestial blueprints, exploring profound connections to their soul's journey and the universe. Her sessions, enriched by her intuitive insights and creative approach, provide clarity, healing, and inspiration. Margo's work extends into the realm of mandala art, which she uses as a tool for mindfulness and self-expression. She is the creator of 2 published mandala books, Chakra Balancing Mandalas and Soothing Mandalas, which invite individuals to embark on a journey of inner harmony and creativity. As the founder of Quantum Butterfly Guidance, Margo offers resources, guided meditations, and inspirational content on her YouTube channels and website. Her warm and compassionate presence invites seekers into a sacred space for growth, helping them unlock their true potential and align with their higher purpose. When not guiding clients or creating art, Margo enjoys illustrating cosmic stories, crafting soothing ASMR videos, and co-creating transformative experiences within the spiritual community. Margo became Quantum Soul Guidance certified on March 12th, 2024. In today's presentation, Margo will take you on a captivating journey to explore the profound connections between galactic astrology, storytelling, and the transformative art of mandalas. This presentation offers a unique opportunity to unlock the wisdom of your celestial blueprint while nurturing your soul's creative expression. Key highlights of Margo's presentation today will be exploring galactic alignments, gaining insights into the galactic placements in Margo's chart, and learn how they inspire her work, offering a fresh lens to explore your own connections to the stars. Next, she'll cover discovery of mandalas as a tool for integration, learning how mandala art can bridge the gap between cosmic insights and personal transformation, fostering mindfulness, harmony, and self-expression. And last, a special guided meditation, so we can experience a deeply soothing meditation that blends cosmic storytelling with healing energies, leading you to a place of profound inner peace. Stay tuned until the end of Margo's presentation to receive a free gift that complements the wisdom and creativity shared in this transformative session. Welcome to the stage, Margo.
Hello, wonderful souls. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Margo Zen, and I'm thrilled to take you on this cosmic journey of discovery and creativity. And thank you, Julia, for creating this space. I'm so honored to be here amongst so many beautiful souls that are sharing their light with us. Thank you all. Through my work as a quantum soul guidance practitioner, visual communicator, and mandala artist, I have found profound ways to uncover celestial blueprints, align with our soul's purpose, and nurture creative expression. Today, we'll unlock the deeper layers of our connection to the universe, blending galactic astrology with the transformative power of storytelling and mandala art. This session is not just about insights, it's about feeling those insights resonate within you and becoming tools for your own transformation. And to make this journey even more special, I have a free gift for you that I share more about later on. So stay with me, there's so much to explore. Let's begin by diving into the galactic alignments that have profoundly influenced my journey. As I share these, I encourage you to consider the stars in your own chart and the stories they might tell. When we look at the stars, they don't just light up the sky, they illuminate the journey of our souls. Galactic astrology helps us understand how the placements of fixed stars and cosmic alignments shape our unique blueprints, weaving profound stories of purpose, growth, and transformation. In my own chart, I've discovered several significant galactic alignments that have guided my life and work. Let me share a few with you as an example of how these celestial connections can inspire and empower us. My moon's closest conjunction is with Pleione, a star system known as a sanctuary for Pleiadians and other star nations, a place of rest, respite, and deep spiritual contemplation. This placement in the 5th house of creativity, self-expression, and joy inspires my calling to provide others with soothing energies and sacred spaces for reflection and alignment. It deeply influences my work, particularly in creating mandalas and guided meditations, where others can pause, recharge, and reconnect with their essence. My moon is also in dynamic opposition to Alpha Centauri, symbolizing the balance between personal needs and external influences. This alignment highlights a journey of integrating transformative energies encountered through others. It inspires me to harmonize introspection with outward action, reminding me to weave external insights into my own creative and spiritual endeavors. Regulus, the heart of the lion, carries the energy of leadership and courage. While this square represents a challenge, it also fosters growth. For me, this alignment encourages stepping into power and sharing my work boldly. Truly, work in progress, an ongoing journey of embracing visibility and vulnerability while staying authentic to my purpose. My Mercury, located in the 1st house, enhances my ability to communicate ideas and express myself authentically. It squares Almach, which supports artistic expression and harmony, and trines Algorab, which prompts deeper questioning and uncovering hidden truths. Together, these alignments shape how I convey complex cosmic insights in accessible, creative ways, whether through storytelling, teaching, or design. Mercury also forms a sextile with the Great Attractor, offering external blessings that create opportunities for massive personal growth. This alignment allows me to express the Great Attractor's higher themes, such as creative innovation, spiritual expansion, and inspiring others, when I consciously apply effort. It fuels my passion for weaving cosmic wisdom into meaningful experiences that invite others to explore their celestial blueprints. My midheaven, representing our highest calling and contribution to the world, is in Scorpio and conjunct the Cibil Attractor, a point that calls us to embody our truest essence without pretense. This alignment resonates deeply with my journey of aligning with my soul's truth and expressing it through my work. It reminds me to stay authentic and committed to my purpose, even when it requires deep transformation. The influence of Sirma further enriches this alignment. Souls with Sirma's connections are often drawn to the vibrational energy of colors, understanding their resonance and ability to create beauty. This perfectly aligns with my artistic work, particularly my mandalas, where I intuitively weave colors and patterns to inspire healing and mindfulness. Sirma's energy reflects my connection to color as language of emotion, creativity, and spiritual alignment. Additionally, Sirma's influence supports success in intellectual and creative pursuits. It signifies business activity and gain through books and intellectual matters, which resonates strongly with my mandala books and the way I share cosmic insights. It reinforces my path of blending art, wisdom, and practical contributions to inspire others on their journeys. Adding to this, the trying to form out brings a harmonious flow of spiritual inspiration, creativity, and protection into my life's work. This alignment grants me natural access to Falmahat's qualities, which include the ability to perceive higher realities and inspire others through my work, a calling to use artistic and spiritual practices such as mandala art and galactic astrology to uplift and heal others, sensitivity to subtle energies, enabling me to act as bridge between the material and spiritual realms. Also, Fomahat encourages me to balance idealism with grounded action, serving as a reminder to integrate spiritual insights into tangible offerings that create meaningful impact. This trying to Falmahat infuses my creative and spiritual pursuits with a sense of purpose and flow, allowing me to embody and share its visionary energy effortlessly. Together with Shapely Attractor and Sirma, it forms a powerful synergy that shapes my life's work, blending authenticity, creativity, and spiritual alignment. As I share these alignments, I invite you to reflect on your own chart. What fixed stars or galactic placements might be calling out to you? What stories do they tell about your journey, your gifts, and your growth? Let's move forward and explore how mandalas can help us integrate these cosmic energies. Mandalas are much more than intricate designs. They are sacred symbols rooted in ancient traditions, representing the universe's innate harmony and balance. Their origins trace back to spiritual practices in Hinduism and Buddhism, where they were used as tools for meditation, self-realization, and connection to the divine. The Sanskrit word mandala means whole world, sacred circle, or magic circle. These circular designs symbolize the interconnectedness of all things and the cyclical nature of life, making them profound instruments for mindfulness, self-discovery, and healing. By engaging with mandalas, we tap into this universal rhythm, bringing a sense of peace, clarity, and alignment to our lives. Their intricate geometric designs are not only visually captivating, but also deeply symbolic, reflecting the harmony between the inner self and the outer cosmos. At the beginning of my spiritual awakening in 2017, I felt a deep call to create mandalas as part of my journey. The first mandalas I drew were infused with butterflies, a symbol of transformation and growth. These initial creations were tied to my exploration of chakras, the energy centers within the body. I intuitively drew a mandala for each of the 7 main chakras to help me work with their energies, balance them, and anchor my newfound understanding of their significance. These mandalas became my personal tools for integrating this knowledge and supporting my journey towards inner harmony. 3 years later, I felt inspired to expand on this concept and create a new set of mandalas, this time dedicating 3 designs to each chakra. The intention was to offer deeper support for balancing and activating these vital energy centers. When the collection was complete, the idea of combining them into a book emerged. This led to the creation of the Chakra Balancing Mandalas coloring book and guide, which includes these 21 mandalas alongside affirmations and introduction to chakras. Sharing this work felt like a natural extension of my personal journey, offering others a creative and meditative way to explore their energy centers. The journey didn't stop there. The Soothing Mandalas collection was born out of my need to manage anxiety, calm my mind, and ground myself in the present moment. Drawing these mandalas became a deeply restorative practice, one that allowed me to process heavy emotions, reconnecting with myself, and bring color into my life. Even now, I turn to these mandalas as a mindfulness tool, whether I need to navigate challenging emotions or simply add a splash of creativity and joy to my day. Through my work with mandalas, I've come to see them as sacred companions for healing and self-discovery. Whether drawing, coloring on, or meditating on them, mandalas help align us with universal energies, offering harmony and a deeper connection to the cosmic blueprint within us. As I mentioned earlier, mandalas are powerful tools for self-discovery and spiritual growth. By actively engaging with them, whether through coloring or meditating on their intricate designs, we can deepen our connection to both our inner selves and the greater cosmic energies around us. Coloring mandalas is a form of meditative practice that allows us to quiet the mind and immerse ourselves in the present moment. Each stroke of color can become an intentional act, a way to focus our energy and attention on the here and now. This practice not only helps us elevate stress, but also opens up a channel for creative expression, where our subconscious thoughts and emotions can surface and be gently explored. Setting a clear intention before working with mandala can significantly amplify its transformative potential. For example, when working through heavy emotions, I begin by intuitively choosing a mandala design that resonates with me in the moment. Next, I select colors that reflect my current emotional state and the feelings I wish to process. Setting the intention to release those emotions and then transfer them onto the paper helps create a purposeful and healing practice. During the coloring process, I allow my thoughts to flow naturally, focusing on the act of filling blank spaces with color. The repetitive motion becomes a soothing ritual, grounding me in the present moment and facilitating emotional release. And here I have a tip for you. Using markers or felt pens or instead of colored pencils can make the coloring process faster and more fluid, which can be particularly beneficial when working with intense feelings. Mandalas are not just tools for mindfulness. They can also serve as gateways to your celestial blueprint, helping you align with the cosmic energies that shape your unique astrological chart. Each mandala design, with its intricate shapes and colors, mirrors the patterns and rhythms of the universe. And vice versa, our astrology charts remind me of mandalas as both invite contemplation and focus on specific elements to uncover deeper insights. Just as we analyze and reflect on different aspects of our charts to illuminate hidden wisdom, we weave these insights together to create a cohesive and beautiful map, a celestial blueprint of our unique makeup and soul's mission. By engaging with mandalas intentionally, we can deepen our understanding of our astrological alignments and their influence on our lives. For instance, I've personally found that certain colors or shapes within a mandala resonate strongly with planetary influences in my chart. When reflecting on my connection to Neptune, associated with imagination, spirituality, and dreams, I intuitively select mandala with flowing organic patterns and used soothing blues and purples to reflect its ethereal energy. This process became a meditative way to explore and integrate Neptune's influence in my life. To inspire and provide a calming space, I also share videos on my Margo Zen YouTube channel, where you can join me as I color them. As you work with mandalas, consider how their symbolism might connect to your own celestial story. Setting an intention to explore these connections can turn each mandala into a sacred tool for cosmic self-discovery. I wonder, what celestial energies in your chart could you explore through the symbolism of mandalas? Are there certain colors that evoke a planetary influence, or patterns that resonate with specific house or aspects in your chart? Mandalas invite you to bring your unique energy, creativity, and intentions into every interaction with them, making each one a personal and spiritual masterpiece. Whether you're new to mandalas or have been drawn to them for years, their transformative potential is limitless. By approaching each mandala with purpose, you can use this ancient art form as powerful ally in your journey toward healing, balance, and self-discovery. Both the chakra balancing mandalas and soothing mandalas are printed on demand and available worldwide on Amazon, making them accessible to anyone looking to embark on this journey. You can also find the direct links to these books on my website, where I share more about their creation and purpose. To help you continue this journey, I've prepared a special free gift, Sacred Spaces, a gift of soothing mandalas. A PDF featuring a sample selection of 11 designs from my soothing mandalas collection. This gift can be printed or enjoyed digitally. It is available on my website at quantumbutterfly.me/books until the end of January. Before we transition into the guided meditation, I'd like to share something very dear to me. My Cosmic Bedtime Stories series on my Quantum Butterfly Guidance YouTube channel. This series is a heartfelt blend of galactic astrology, storytelling, and soothing energies, designed to help you explore your celestial blueprint while experiencing a sense of calm and wonder. The stories are inspired by my own past incarnations and the profound experiences of my clients that we explored through Galactic Astrology and Quantum Soul Guidance sessions. Each narrative is a unique journey into cosmic themes and alignments, interwoven with activating frequencies. They're not only conveyed through words, but also through the images I create and select to illustrate them. These visuals, like the mandalas, act as powerful tool for integration and healing, offering you a multi-sensory way to align with your higher self. In sharing these stories, I draw deeply on my cosmic alignments, such as my moon's connection to the Pleiades, which embodies sanctuary and spiritual healing, and the bold creative energies of Regulus and the Great Attractor. These energies guide me in crafting tales that inspire transformation, soothe the soul, and awaken deeper cosmic truths within you. I invite you to explore cosmic bedtime stories as an extension of today's journey. They're more than just tales. They're energetic invitations to rise into higher vibration. Thank you for tuning in today, for exploring your cosmic path, and for embracing this journey of self-discovery. As you connect with these higher vibrations, you play a vital role in elevating the collective energy of our planet. Now, let's anchor this experience with a guided meditation, inspired by one of the cosmic bedtime stories. This meditation will take you to a crystal healing cave, a sacred space to integrate the cosmic and creative energies we've explored together. So let's find a comfortable position. I invite you to close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. Inhale peace and exhale any worries. Inhale calm and exhale any tension. With each breath, feel your body sinking deeper into the surface beneath you, your seat, your bed, or wherever you are resting. Allow your body to feel supported, completely held. Take another deep breath, and as you exhale, let yourself relax even further. Notice how your position feels comfortable, secure, and stable. Now, imagine grounding yourself deeply into the core of Mother Earth. See, feel a pillar of light extending from your root chakra, traveling downwards, anchoring itself in the very center of the earth. Feel the grounding energy rising back up, connecting you to the nurturing embrace of the earth. Now, shift your attention to your crown chakra. See another pillar of light extending upward, reaching toward the source of all that is. Feel this connection to the infinite, to the pure energy of creation. Breathe into this beautiful balance, connected above and below, perfectly supported. As you bask in this balance, a new sensation arises. You become aware of a gentle invitation, a call to journey beyond to a place of profound healing and love. allow yourself to accept this invitation. See yourself walking towards the entrance of a magnificent cave. Next to it, you notice two Pleiadian beings, their presence warm and radiant. They've been expecting you. With gentle smiles, they invite you to step forward. Their energy feels light, yet grounding, familiar, yet expansive. You take a step, feeling your vibration subtly elevate as you walk closer to their cosmic embrace. With each step, the ground beneath your feet connects you to the ancient wisdom of the land. You step through the entrance and take a gentle turn, and suddenly the cave opens into magnificent, expansive space. On your right, high on the wall, there is an opening. Through it, you see the night sky, glittering with sparkling silver and golden stars. As you focus, you notice the stars began to dance, shifting colors, shimmering with vibrant, fluctuating energies. The sky is alive, clear, and radiant. You also hear the soothing sound of ocean waves, their rhythmic song gently echoing through the cave. Although the ocean is far beyond your view, its presence feels close, its melody grounding and calming. Now, look around. Notice how the cave is adorned with breathtaking crystals. They're everywhere, on the walls, the ceiling, and scattered across the ground. These crystals shimmer softly, reflecting the light of a dancing stars. As you take a few more steps into the heart of the cave, you find a comfortable, flat space. Take a seat here and rest. Feel the coolness of the ground beneath you and the serenity of the space enveloping you. As you settle, you notice the crystals around you beginning to glow. Their light intensifies gently, radiating beautiful colors. Trust whatever color you see. These hues are here to heal, soothe, and restore balance to your body, mind, and spirit. The glowing crystals emit a high vibration, a pure and loving energy. As this vibration surrounds you, feel any tension or blockages in your body dissolving. Your muscles relax, your emotions settle, and a deep sense of harmony washes over you. This radiant light flows through you, touching every part of your being. You don't need to direct it. The energy knows exactly where to go, what to illuminate, and what to heal. Trust its wisdom. The light from the crystals may begin to intensify now. The glow grows brighter, yet space remains perfectly comfortable. A cool breeze flows gently through the opening, carrying with it the freshness of the ocean air. But the temperature is just right. You might begin to hear a delicate sound, a soft song emanating from the crystals, like the soothing tones of a crystal singing bowls. This sound harmonizes with your body, nourishing each cell, uplifting each part of you. The light continues to shift, pulsating in vibrant, healing colors. It may move quickly, changing hues with dynamic energy, or it may linger, radiating one color for longer. Either way, trust that this intelligence knows exactly what you need in this moment. Bathe in this glowing light. Feel its embrace, its warmth, its healing touch. Stay here for a while. Letting the crystalline energy infuse you with love, harmony, and balance. With each breath you take, affirm your own inner strength and resilience. Know that you are a powerful co-creator of your own reality, capable of manifesting your deepest desires and intentions with clarity and purpose. I want you to know that this cave is always here for you. Whenever you need its healing energy, you can return. Simply follow the steps and allow yourself to reconnect with the crystalline glow. Now, take a moment to express gratitude for the abundance of blessings that surround you, both seen and unseen. Give thanks for the healing energy of the crystals, the guidance of the Pleiadian beings, and for the sacred space you've created for yourself in this moment. Now, take a deep breath. Wiggle your fingers and toes, bringing awareness back to your body. Take another deep breath, anchoring yourself in this present moment. When you're ready, open your eyes. Thank you for taking this journey with me. May the healing energy of the crystal cave stay with you. Namaste.
I got stuck in the comments. That was beautiful. That was beautiful, Margo. Thank you so much. And I'm so happy that we can have you on stage for you to share the message that came through for the audience, right? Please
Yes.
share.
Thank you. I'm glad it resonated with you. I want to say thank you to everyone who is watching live. For the past 4 days, I've been witnessing your beautiful, loving energy, which is so evident in the comments. And I'm so grateful to be part of this. And for those who will be tuning into the summit via replays, I want to let you know that you have access to it too. Just simply hold the intention for a moment to connect to us in a quantum field and feel the love enveloping you. Last night, I've got a message from upstairs saying that there is so many benevolent beings from around the universe, not only our galaxy, holding this space for us. So feel free to tap into it anytime and as many times as you need. Thank you.
I love that. Thank you so, so much.
Oh, and I just want to say I'll be answering all the questions in the comments in a moment. If I miss any, just feel free to contact me via the website. And enjoy the rest.
Perfect. We'll be back after a short segment with our next speaker. Enjoy.
Bye.
Two of day 5 of Quantum Soul Guidance Summit is Couli. Her topic is Ask the Galactic Holistic Oracle. Koulie is a Reiki master, author of the Holistic Oracle deck, animal communicator, and Quantum Soul Guidance practitioner since 2023. In early 2024, she published a galactic version of her deck, including main constellations, their degrees, zodiac signs, and houses, in order to help decrypting our soul's journey through the cosmos. She lived in Japan for 17 years, and now back to France, she offers online readings of the Holistic Oracle, as well as sessions of natal chart readings in French, English, and Japanese. Painting is a way of staying connected to her own Pleiadian and cosmic heritage. She also sees herself as a translator, using words and visuals, bringing more understanding between all life forms. Her art is exceptionally high vibration. I love, love, love seeing her creative self-expression and the absolutely gorgeous Galactic Holistic Oracle deck. So I can't wait for you to see some of the slides that she has prepared to share with you today. So in today's presentation, Couli will share more about her background story of how she received a nudge from the Pleiadians in 2012, how the Holistic Oracle came to birth, then the second nudge in 2023 to upgrade to a more galactic approach, and then I believe we'll have some time for questions as well. Couli is here presenting live, so if you will have any questions or feedback, she'll answer them in the comment section at the end of her presentation. Welcome, Couli. So nice to have you here. Enjoy the show, everyone.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you for your presentation. And hello, everyone. So I'm Couli. I hope the light is good. Yeah. So yes, it was. It all started actually in 2007 when I came back from Japan after 17 years spending there as a student and also working there. Teaching languages actually, and when I came back to France, I got initiated to Reiki healing techniques. That was the beginning of the journey of the holistic oracle. Since I got initiated, I had very strong, very strong sensations in my hand and my whole body, and that's when I picked up painting again, and the whole paintings were suddenly very different, more intuitive, and yes, very inspired, I would say. And I kept painting on, and after that I got okay, let me share my presentation here because I can't see it. Okay, so I hope you can see. Okay, here is just a few visuals of a few cards. The Holistic Oracle has 64 cards. They're all bilingual, French at the top and English at the bottom. It's based on the 4 seasons, and I got the nudge and the idea and the inspiration when I was reading the books by Barbara Marciniak. You may know about her. Let me see how I can change the slides. Okay, here we are. So you may have read or heard about Barbara Marciniak's books, Family of Light. I believe that was the first one I encountered, and I was very moved by what I was reading. They are messages channeled by a group of Pleiadians, and I felt very much in tune with them, with their messages. I got to know a lot about my own self, my own soul, and I was very much attracted to basically what all they were saying. It seemed that they had been, channeling, and they had been writing the books for me precisely. I mean, we are probably thousands of people feeling that way about the books. And so as I was reading, I was also doing some Reiki and painting, just painting as it wouldn't stop. I had no point in painting. It's just like, okay, I need to paint. I have a color, I have a feeling, I just want to start something. And the whole painting would come alive on the canvas. So I had already over 100 of them. And in 2012, after I had found the books, probably in 2007, when I was reading it, I just got the idea. It was like a message. Okay, now you have to do something with your paintings. It will be based on the 4 seasons, and you will make it holistic. It will take into account all the body parts, the glands, the organs, and the cycles of the seasons of life. And that's how I looked at all the paintings I had made previously, and they all seemed to be in a certain season, spring and so on, spring, summer. Let me show you what it looks like. So this is the new booklet, and it's all based on the seasons. As you can see here, they all have a different color, which you can find on the cards. The title of the card will be in the color of the season, which will make it easier to find it in the content list, and then the page. So it all came together as I had access to lots of different information at the time. So I put all the text together. Some parts come from are very much inspired by the books by Barbara Marciniak I was speaking about previously, and some others were just directly channeled, and some others were just brought into my awareness when I was writing the booklet. So it took over a year to put it together. It was quite quick. And then I had to use it in different situations with people as much as I could. And I would get some feedback from the people, which would enable me to write a bit more or to add something to the text. So as Julia was saying in her introduction, so it is in the first place. So it was, I self-printed it. I mean, I had it printed, so it's self-publishing in 2017. That was the first version, which would already bring concrete guidance. You could ask for, very like daily guidance in order to make choices, if you have choices to make. If you wanted to know the energies ahead, to plan, to get to know yourself on the timelines, different timelines, to get awareness of what was at play in your life, or what was hindering, or what was the problems in your lives. So that was basically what it was about. And then when I found the Quantum Soul Guidance course by Julia Balaz, it was in 2022. And so I did the whole course. And I knew about astrology already, so I had studied it. But then I knew more about the constellations and all the alignments. I was not so much aware so far. So that was in 2023 that, again, when I picked the books, the same books I was telling you about, I got the nudge again. It was because I thought, okay, I'm done. I have sold out all of the previous decks, so I'm done with it. And then no, it was like, you can make it even more holistic now that you know about astrology and the constellations and the planets. And I thought, oh wow, how relevant is that? And that's what so I just had to add. I kept basically the same format. I changed maybe 20 visuals. I upgraded some visuals. Same for seasons. And the texts are basically the same, and I added at the end, at the very end of each card, it has something about astrology, constellations, houses, zodiac signs, that kind of hints that you can use to dive even deeper. So now you can also ask about the source, the source of the disease. That's something you could ask even previously. What house, what planet, what zodiac sign in your astrological chart is concerned with the question you have or with the problem. And you can also use it if you're like an art therapist, or if you have some kind of practice, energetic practice. So it's very useful if you really want to dive deeper with your clients. So it's about a year ago, in January 2024, that the second edition, the Galactic version, came out. So let me take you to how I apply. You can use it just by just asking, pulling a card like every day or whenever you need an answer or a hint or some kind of direction. It's very useful on a daily basis, but you can also combine it with any of your practice, I would say. It could be some astrology, but it could be anything basically when you need to find guidance. So here I would like to show you, this is as you may have seen previously in other people's presentations. So when we go to galacticastrochart.com, which is the website set up by Julia and Hector, I believe in the course we have access to this. So this is what you find. This is the Elizabeth. She's a client, so she agreed to share, for me to share this in this presentation. So how I combine them. So you would have typically, all the planets, the personal planets, and so on. And you would have some alignments with some constellations, right? So I highlighted in colors blue, pink, and green some aspects and how it came, how it was relevant in her in her case, which was a combination of, okay, let's ask the oracle what's going on, and also let's see where it is in your chart, what it is speaking about. So let me take you to, okay, this is the same, you know, when you look at, okay, I believe here is, okay, her Saturn, her Uranus, and her Pluto were involved. Let's go on. Okay, so when we first connected, you know, you never know when it's going to start and how it's going to start. You just, you know, like just feel, just ask for guidance previously when you connect to your higher self, and you will see that the session will just flow. And the first question was, okay, so so how did you sleep last night? I just, and it appeared that Elizabeth had a sleeping pattern that was very exhausting, very tiring. She had a hard time to sleep for a month. So that's where we started. Exhausting sleeping pattern, and why, you know, that's how it came. So the first card from the oracle that came was fatigue. The English part is at the bottom. So it's always important to look at the visual. What do you see in the visual, you know, and ask the client, ask the person, what does the person see? In her case, it was like, okay, you could imagine it's probably some cavity or the heart, something like that. And okay, so if we're not going to read into it, but something about like strong emotions that are associated with memories, problem that is causing fatigue, and it's asked to clean the memories, the cells memories deeply. And in the text you would have like, okay, you can do like EFT, emotional freedom technique, or other deprogramming methods. So that was one hint, one kind of an answer that you can get. And okay, so feeling disconnection from yourself, that kind of things. And if you go to the bottom, you have, okay, it's speaking about the thyroid gland, which could be also a hint if someone has some health issues. And then we get at the bottom, we get to the galactic astrology part. And here we could see constellation of Lyra, Alatvar, Vega, and something about the memories of the wars of Orion. So that's when you can get some hints about if you have any trauma that has not been healed and has been recurrent over lifetimes again, then it may be the time to go and look into it, at least to be aware of it. So that was something that was already, if this is the blue highlight, if you look at here, her Uranus, which is in the 12th house. Why the 12th house? Because she was sleeping, she had like very sleeping problems. That's why I thought, okay, 12th house matter, something that is subconscious, in the unconscious, in the dream realm, and that is bothering her. So that's why instinctively or intuitively I got to see the 12th house. And Uranus was there, and there was a square to Lyra, which was indicated in the card. So this is something, okay, in a session like that, we're not going to go into the healing process, but it's a piece of awareness. It's something that is brought to your awareness you can work on. And beside that, in the card was mentioned a technique like emotional freedom technique. So that's also a hint maybe for Elizabeth to go into and to maybe release some trauma, which may be ancestral. It may not be personal. So this is one aspect. And then we went, so if you can see Uranus in her 12th, which was there, which was square to Lyra. So next question was, okay, so she also had some personal question, which was, okay, how to sustain myself financially and in other ways. So clear aura was the card she pulled. So what do you see in the visual? It's always, like, how does it feel? Is it agreeable? What do I see? It's always very important because the visuals, they do not require any analysis. It's just something that you feel. So like words would pop out, and those words are very important. And so clear aura, we went to see, so the clear aura this is in red, which means it's in the summer season. And I know it's the 12th card. It's the 12th, it's the 13th actually. They all have 12 weeks in each season. And this one is the 13th one, which is more like a more evolved, more more connected, I would say. So clear aura, okay, which is also in this one, it is asking the person to do some clearing. So we went through the clearing, actually. It's like a visualization. In order to facilitate the process of clearing, visualize your soul like a ball of light above your own crown chakra and ask it to breathe in all the experiences you had during the day, the past week, the dreams at night. And we were speaking about the nights, maybe some disturbing dreams, so that it only collects the neutral factual experience and liberates your auric field. So we did that during the reading, which seemed to alleviate the weight during the reading, which was nice. And it's also something that she can repeat every day. So it's giving already some hints. And then when we went to the bottom part of the Galactic Astrology, we could see, okay, there was the Super Galactic Center, and what else? Yeah, okay, sorry, because I can't see. Yeah, Super Galactic Center, which is, sorry, Super Galactic Center, which is aligned to her Pluto, and was it not her Lilith and Pluto? It's in between. So there was something to look there. Pluto, yeah, 11th house, Super Galactic Center, and yes, so that's where you can get some information, see where it comes from, or what you can, maybe you can just, whenever there is some alignment with the Super Galactic Center, that is time of clearing aura, time of healing. It's maybe heightened in those times, so something to look and to be conscious of. And then, okay, where should I look? For healing or for, yes, her question was about how to sustain herself. Where should I look? That was the third card, which is protection. Protection. So it's like a cocoon inviting the person to hibernate, to be, maybe to cut some links, or to cut some yes, like some links or relationships, or detach from situation, avoid some people or some situations that may drain the person of her energy. And meaning that your guides are watching over you, which is also comforting. We're not alone, right? We're not doing this alone. And yes, and at the end, in the Galactic Astrology part, there was Aquarius, Saturn, and Uranus, and constellation of Lyra again, Alatfar. Okay, so here we had, yeah, that was interesting. Saturn and Uranus in her chart are quite, Uranus, yes, she's got, okay, her Saturn aligned to Hyadum in Hyades constellation, and in Gemini in her 8th house. So it was telling about being creative, artistry. I believe she had something in her life previously. She was probably working in architecture, which would fit, like the Saturnian, very stable and structured feature of Saturn, allied with the creativity, the artistry. So that would blend into some kind of architecture study. And so that's something that she can rely on, something that is a strong foundation for her. So that was kind of the answer she could get. It's like, tap into what you have in your 8th house, what you know about that, and know that you're protected, and maybe trust into that or dig into that. That was also some kind of information that she could get from this card. And there's so much more. So I always, when people are using the Holistic Oracle in their own practice, they know that they will get intuitively the answer. It's only some kind of visual support that they can have, and they can also read, and it will bring them some information. And it's always related to the inner self. Like when you get the information, it's for you. When you see something in the visual, it is you seeing it. It's your answer. It's not the answer. And every time you will look at the card, you may see something different. That's why the fact that the visuals are not figurative is also very important, because it can help you with the abstraction to get more intuitive. So that's also something the Oracle provides. Okay, so I hope this has helped you to see how you can use it if you do galactic astrology, but also regular astrology. About my services, or if you have any question, Julia, before I go into this, please do not hesitate to stop me. All right, so I will go on. No, Julia.
Yeah, just keep going.
Okay, thanks. So if you need some guidance, like a monthly guidance with me, I would be delighted to be alongside with you. So I can just do an online drawing of the card, and just as I did with my client Elizabeth, for example. But we don't have to go into astrology. It could be just card reading, and see what what you're going through, what you would like to find guidance in, that kind of things. Okay, if you don't want to do it alone. Okay. I also have, I can do the astrology chart reading just as I did previously, English, French, and Japanese, as Julia said in the introduction. If you want to dive deeper, like to investigate about your origin and the aspects that you have developed, or the ones that you want to develop, or which houses they are and what they are telling you about. And then we can also, ask the Oracle every time you have a question to go deeper. I also have like timeless reading videos of, I call them the 3-minute 3-minute guidance, very short. I just pull 3 cards, you pick one card out of the 3, and you get an answer about the subject of the video. I do have them in French and English on my YouTube channel, which is Couli Art. And if you wish to buy the Holistic Oracle, it's 40 euros plus postage. So I can send it all over the world. It is actually all over the world. I mean, this version and the previous version is everywhere. So I'm very happy that it has found its family, its friends, because I know when people are attracted to the visuals or to the vibration of the Oracle, they know it's for them. I know they belong to their family, to my family, at least to my soul group. So that's why, it's always magical to see how and where it's going to find its family. And so I can send it everywhere. I do have I do have an Instagram, also Couli.art, which is more about my art, actually. If you want to see my new paintings, my new creations, I post them there. This is my email address. And for this for this summit, I'm offering was it the 5 or let me see. Yes, so this is more visuals. I'm offering the first people who purchase the Holistic Oracle, I'm offering a 30-minute reading for you for free. So just do not hesitate to get in touch with me through my email address. So this is like the summer season card. There are 13 actually, but have only 12 here. This is the spring season. So as you can see, they're very abstract, but you can always find something. You can always see something. Or you can even turn them around if you wish to feel them more. All right.
I just want to add, Kouie, they're so stunning, and especially for starseeds that have a strong Pleiadian affinity, strong Pleiadian connection. I do, and I really feel the Pleiadian frequency just oozing out of them. And the way I use them sometimes, instead of, when you want to unwind sometimes after a really busy, mentally stimulating day, and instead of doing, I don't know, something unhealthy, instead I take the cards and I just sit with them and just look at them, going through them without reading the information that's there, but just the art is so mesmerizing and healing and calming, and it's just and activating. It just has so many. It's very quantum, I feel, and as you said, you can turn them in any direction and you will find something different in it. So there's such a gift that truly obviously channeled from higher dimensions. So thank you for manifesting them here to support us. And there's so many beautiful comments there for you. We can't hear you. The sound seemed to have...
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're back.
Yes. Just I remember a few times when I was maybe in meditation or doing some Reiki healing at, at a distance or something, and I would open my eyes and see some of the paintings in my own house at the time and see entities coming out of the paintings, really, truly.
Energies alive in them. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So I also felt as they were like portals, kind of energetic portals, enabling some maybe healing, like guides coming through. I mean, quite a few times I've seen that too. So yeah, thank you for mentioning all that you said.
Beautiful. I wonder if you could pick a card for our collective that is here today for the summit.
Yes.
Yay.
For sure. So do you have like a question, Julia? What would you like to ask? Because I do have the deck with me.
Yes, I would love to feel, hear, sense the presence of the collective of the galactic family that is here with us, celebrating us coming together for this beautiful purpose, with this wonderful intention that we have here to uplift each other and expand each other. So just feeling, getting a message from our galactic family that is supporting us during the summer.
Okay, let's see what will come. Okay, a message. We may have 1 or 2 cards. We'll see what comes. Okay, for those of you who are watching now or in the future. Oh my gosh, okay. This is precisely. Okay, so I don't know if you can see it.
Let me put the presentation down and we will see you on a larger... Okay, bring it back to the camera. Mm-hmm.
So this is the card, you may know it. It's the winter season. It's one of the 13th cards I was telling you about, which is connected. It's fifth dimension. And okay, let me read.
Please do.
So yes. Okay, 49. Okay. This is where our incarnated soul wishes to be on Earth at this period of time. It needs to get closer to the source of creation where it sprung off and therefore to evolve. We are now living in the winter age of humanity, right before the transition from this dimension to the next one, where our galactic soul family is ready to welcome us once the veil of oblivion and the matrix grid is dissolved. It is the unification between our conscious and subconscious mind, where polarities come into balance. Interpretation. During your sleep, you can access extra-dimensional information. You have to take it into account for your evolution. Take notes and be patient as the dots will start connecting, creating a full coherent sentence at some point, resonating with the current events occurring in your life. For you, as you can see in the picture, there is a key. It's below left. There is actually in the visual, not easy to see, but at the bottom left, there is some kind of key. That would be a message for each one of you. There is a key to find or to forge by your own means to be able to access that dimension. Look for that key. It is a gift, a talent, a special perception, as it will enable you to understand those new parallel realities. Okay, your soul is going back and forth in all your lifetime lines in order to organize the very moment when everything is going to flip in your reality. Stay confident because you are being helped and supported all along by your galactic family, your team. Yes, here they are. Yeah. Okay.
Beautiful. Many of us had goosebumps as you were reading it. It's just the magic and synchronicity of it. Beautiful. Thank you.
It's so nice. Yeah, so on purpose, isn't it? I mean, so spot on. They are here. I believe this is the way they show themselves through the cards, saying, yes, you're speaking about us. Here we are. We're supporting you. We are backing this up. So yes, very comforting. Thank you.
Deeply, deeply grateful. Thank you. And one more question was there about where can people purchase your cards? There may have been a slide on it, but would you mind repeating?
Yes, indeed. It is my, or you can find it, just contact me on my my own email address. It's Couli Art, COULIART in one word, couliart@yahoo.com. And then, you can let me know about where you live, and then I can send it to you.
Perfect.
And if you're one of the 5 first people to purchase it, then we'll have a 30-minute session together. Yeah.
Amazing. What a treat.
Very much looking forward. Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much. We stay
Thank you very
connected.
much.
And we'll be, is there anything else that you would like to add before we close?
I guess, no, that was wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity, Julia. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. We'll be back after a short segment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Kouie.
Bye.
Let's welcome speaker number 3 of day 5 of Quantum Soul Guidance Summit, Miriam Weedman, presenting about exploring galactic family constellations, unlock and heal your cosmic ancestry. Miriam Weedman is a galactic astrologer and galactic family constellations guide. Through her co-creative approach, she helps you rediscover your galactic soul journey and gain deep clarity on your starseed mission on Earth. In a galactic astrology session with Miriam, you'll uncover from which fixed star system you came to Earth, understand your life purpose, and resolve lifelong feelings of homesickness. Whether you're here to lead your soul tribe, create impactful change, or unlock your full potential as an abundant, empowered human, Myriam activates your galactic gifts and empowers you in fulfilling your highest purpose. As a trusted galactic guide, Myriam leads you through your galactic astrology chart, offering insights that bring clarity to your soul's business, relationships, health, and wealth. Her expertise helps you connect with your soul family and ignite the power within to live your true starseed calling. When not working with clients worldwide, Myriam explores geomantic sites, tends to her magical garden, or writes her next book. In today's session, Myriam will showcase her innovative modality that integrates galactic astrology with family constellations, offering a transformative framework to decode and heal both earthly and cosmic ancestral patterns. By combining these systems, we gain a unique lens to explore the interplay between galactic influences and our lived experiences on Earth. The key highlights of her presentation today are healing galactic and earthly ancestry. Myriam introduces her integrative healing framework combining galactic astrology and family constellations, offering profound insights into both galactic and earthly family dynamics. Secondly, unlocking cosmic ancestral influences. Myriam will explore how this co-creational modality uncovers hidden dimensions of cosmic ancestry, revealing how these influences shape your personal growth and spiritual journey here on Earth. And third, case study exploration. Through an in-depth case study, you will gain valuable insights into how this innovative modality works, observing how it helps uncover and heal ancestral patterns, both earthly and cosmic, and how it can be applied in your own lives. Myriam's approach bridges the gap between the metaphysical and the practical, offering participants a structured yet expansive way to explore their cosmic identity and its implications. Whether you're a seeker, healer, or curious about the intersection of galactic astrology and family constellations, this presentation invites you to explore your multidimensional self. Join Myriam as she guides you through this innovative process, blending spirituality with grounded wisdom to unlock deeper layers of understanding and transformation. Welcome to the stage, Myriam. Take it away.
Thank you, Julia. And let me say a huge thank you to you and the brilliant team backstage for hosting this summit. It is truly impressive work and content. And thank you for giving us space also during those 5 days of galactic expansion. I want to stress how incredibly generous that is, Julia, by offering not only your wisdom, but being open to the evolution of your modality. This is, I think, a testimony to your trust in us and the trust of your community in you. So thanks again. Especially because it's not a given, not yet, but I sure hope it shall be more and more as we step into the new earth. And we just received the confirmation with Couli's card pull It is a co-creation unfolding, and I am honored and humbled to be a part of this. I am sharing today about galactic family constellation and how this modality supports you to unlock and heal your cosmic ancestry, because it helps us to recognize and integrate not only our earthly, but also our cosmic ancestral patterns. So I'm going to share my slides now. Okay, cool. I invite you on a journey to delve deeper into the interplay of galactic and earthly influences, to enter multi-dimensional spaces in order to find meaning and clarity. So how do I bring awareness to the ancestral field? I usually start my sessions by giving a short overview of galactic family constellations. And this presentation today is a sneak peek or a short a presentation of how I normally do a session. So come along with me. Galactic ancestral work and family constellations are a powerful method not only to unravel hidden patterns and blockages and traumas in our lives, but it is also a method of reinforcement, of empowerment, and of reconciliation too. And I think we all need that. This method goes beyond our earthly ancestral lines and includes our cosmic multidimensionality. It helps us to understand not only familial, but also galactic connections and their influences on our lives here, today, now. And I think this is a theme for today. I will do a little meditation, a short meditation with you all to prepare this space here energetically for our ancestors, and to attune to the themes of galactic origins and ancestral healing. And this is also how I like to guide clients into the galactic ancestral field. You may close your eyes as you do this, because then your inner images will emerge. And imagine what it would be like if you were born into more than just your current earthly family, with your maternal and paternal ancestral line, your parents, your siblings, if you have any, your grandparents and their siblings, your great-grandparents, etc. Go as far back in your ancestral memory as you like. Generally, we are not able to go back further than 7 generations in our Terran line. Then our ancestral awareness morphs into a field of consciousness. So imagine that over many incarnations here on Earth, but also in many other places in our galaxy, you birthed yourself into families. And now imagine all the life stories you have experienced, the memories you carry within you, stored in your cells, in your DNA. You have carried all of this into this life, and all these experiences, memories, good and bad if you like light and dark, loving and painful, expanding and contracting you. All of this influences your life here, your experiences, your patterns and beliefs, your decisions. become aware of the dimension of all of this happening, what you carry in your very own incarnation line, gifts, talents, experiences, knowledge, but also pain, grief, suffering, unresolved issues and assignments. And you have brought all of this here with you. Then all of this should also be reflected in your galactic astro chart, shouldn't it? Let this unfold within you. Let it be there. And perhaps certain aspects have already shown themselves. Perhaps ancestors have already appeared, whatever they may look like, terrestrial, extraterrestrial. All of that is now here for you, so that you can retrieve it from the unremembered levels of your consciousness into your conscious field of awareness. Let it all be there with you, with your ancestors, without judgment. Accept this gift of awareness. We will come back to this at the end of this presentation. And then slowly, in your own pace, come back to this reality, to this space. And I'll tell you a little bit about galactic family constellations, why your galactic ancestors are so important for our lives here, and what all of this means for the connection between Earth and the cosmos. And if you like, I invite you to share in the comments what has come up for you. And I will get back to each and every one of you after this presentation. So, what are galactic family constellations? Of course, they are a combination of galactic astrology and family constellations. And this combination allows us to see our questions in the here and now in a larger context and to develop solutions for our lives from this higher perspective. The aim is to recognize and transform hidden patterns in our lives, both earthly and cosmic. And you might ask, why are galactic ancestors important in this context? As we have just experienced in this short journey of consciousness, through our many lines of incarnations, we are not only shaped by our earthly ancestors, but also by our galactic origins, by our galactic families. These influences have a very tangible effect on our talents and challenges, and therefore on our life's work. Galactic ancestral work helps us to recognize our spiritual heritage and to unfold our full life force by aligning our consciousness with the fact that we are part of a larger movement, of larger orders. And at precisely this point, we establish the connection between the earth and the cosmos. And that's why we have the saying, you are at the exact perfect place in this moment. It is actually quite true from a galactic family perspective. I am a family constellation facilitator. Actually, I started my education exactly 13 years ago in January 2012, and I love this modality for ancestral trauma healing, but also for its deep immersion into spirituality and the awareness that we are here as spiritual beings on a journey of human experience. I love to quote Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, and you can find this quote on my website too. We are not human beings having a spiritual experience. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. This is what we remember. That is to find and know ourselves. And that is all we should do. At some point, I made the connection between two of my favorite topics, extraterrestrial life and spiritual growth. And that is what I do now with Galactic Family Constellations. I reconnect you with your soul family and your soul purpose to help you uncover your galactic gifts and gain clarity on your highest purpose here on Earth. And I connect star seeds here on Earth too. So we are able to unlock our highest mission here. By now, and as you made it to the last day of this incredible summit, you have come to your own conclusion what galactic astrology is. But if you tuned in only now, let me give you my short summary of a very complex modality that Julia Balaz shares with us, and I am ever so grateful for this. Galactic astrology offers us a precise map, a cosmogram, if you will, that shows us in which star systems we were and will be incarnated, what talents and gifts, experiences, etc. we have brought from there into this life, and what we can do with them. It also offers us a time frame. When would be a good time to unfold our talents and gifts? When would be a good time to resolve topics? Because we can connect particularly well with our star families during certain times, and their support can help us to unfold our potential or tackle certain issues in our lives. And there were many presenters in the last couple of days who were talking about this. So please go back and listen to that. It is invaluable content you will find there. Family constellations are a systemic method of ancestral healing. It was developed as a group session format where we reveal unrecognized dynamics that span multiple generations in a given family. We use the fact that through proxy representation of the group members who enter the family field of consciousness, we can actually see age-old dynamics develop in the presence, in the room with us. And by acknowledging and embracing them, we resolve them. Healing, for me in that context, is, by the way, not talking about wounds and about victimhood. Healing is an act of stepping out of self-inflicted immaturity. Healing is becoming whole. And becoming whole is integrating all aspects of our being in humility and gratitude. It is a very touching support method where we can uncover deeply rooted patterns in our family system that initially shaped us on Earth and influence our actions here. We are incarnated as humans here on Earth, and we follow certain dynamics that we have trained for thousands and thousands of years around the fire in order to be accepted in our tribe, in our clan, our family. From the moment we take our first breath, we do everything we can to achieve this. It characterizes our being. And we repeat this in all our relationship systems, be it in love relationships, with our own children, at school, in our job, on a social and global level, even in our health, our relationship with our body, money, career. That is why family constellations are applicable in all of these areas, and I would love to see that more in politics and conflict resolution, because for sure we need that now more than ever. So let me move on with the slide. Imagine the family as a mobile. Each individual part in this mobile hangs by its own thread, but at the same time, all the individual parts are connected to each other. If one of the individual parts moves, all the other parts of the mobile inevitably move with it. The whole system is activated. Now imagine this mobile on a galactic scale. When you move the entire galactic field, and vice versa. When the stars move, they also move you. This entanglement began the moment your soul decided to travel to the Milky Way. When I started to tap into this co-creative dimension, I also realized that I had to combine galactic astrology with family constellations. Because this perception is a phenomenological experience of complex systemic relationships. We can also describe this as an image of immersion into the sea of experience of the other or of all others. And here I make the connection to our galactic star family's history, because through this method, we explore and encounter soul journeys and soul history that we weren't aware of yet. And we bring that into the room. We can dive deep into our familial and soul patterns. We do galactic ancestral healing. We become whole. So I expand the family constellation technique to a galactic scale. And by the way, our solar system is a huge constellation as well. A methodology that combines family constellations and galactic astrology to decode and heal both earthly and cosmic ancestral patterns. You are not only shaped by your earthly ancestors, but also by your galactic origins and experiences. These influences affect your talents as well as your blockages and your life purpose. You recognize and dissolve hidden patterns, traumas, belief systems that have been shaped by your earthly and galactic ancestors, and you transform. You will gain a better understanding of how to activate and integrate your cosmic talents, your galactic gifts in your life here, and you will gain clarity about your life mission with the goal of unfolding your full potential as a starseed. And we need you, we need every one of you activated and in your full potential now that we step into our 5D reality. For me, and this is something that is very dear to my heart, galactic family constellations have increasingly evolved from clarifying personal issues in the family relationship and professional context to a co-creative process. In the quantum field, we not only heal ourselves, but the whole system. I want to make this clear. For this work, we place ourselves here now with all our inner greatness and our full personal responsibility in a universal service of creation that goes beyond our everyday perception. This is not about therapy. It's not about counseling, but about the collective creation of a new world in which we participate and co-create. By looking at our issues with an open heart, without blinkers, and in absolute honesty, we heal together as a collective. Because no one heals alone. We heal together, and that brings healing to the world. In this respect, every issue is welcome with open arms, because it is not just personal. It is galactic. It is universal. I am going to dive with you into a session with a client for you to gain insights into how this modality works in action in real life, and to observe how it helps uncover and integrate ancestral information. But before I do that, I will introduce you to my session style. I'm not a classical astrologer. I am rather a galactic guide, if you will. I use my intuition when I tune into your chart, because literally the planets in our zodiac wheel guide the way. An astro chart for me is like a celestial compass that leads me to the galactic knowledge that is required during a specific reading or session. Or a combination lock, and quite visually, the combination of the planets in the wheel unlock the chart like a stargate, a portal that navigates me to your soul history, and I dive into your galactic field of consciousness. My client, who graciously agreed to let me use her session as a case study in this context, who I will call Rose, wanted to receive guidance and insight into her relationship with her boyfriend. She's a visual artist, and her boyfriend is a performance artist. Therefore, she wanted to gain clarity on how they could explore, deepen, and combine their artistic talents. She also thinks that their relationship is karmic. She has the feeling that he is her twin soul. And she says that they are the same soul, split in two. There are many markers in their Terran relationship. They grew up in the same town, but they didn't actually know each other. They met only later in life. And she has the deep inner knowing that they came to Earth from the same star system. She knows that they had lives together which never went well, and they waited a long time to meet again and make this relationship work. In order to understand the dynamics between Rose and Violet, her soulmate, I cast a combination chart, which is called a synastry chart. We use a synastry chart to see how two persons interact, the challenges and strengths of their relationships, a relationship, why they met, and where they met out there in the galaxy. We can cast a synastry chart for any form of relationship, couples, parents and children, business relationships, and so on. It is a super valuable tool for galactic family constellation. It combines both birth charts and look at the intricate pattern that both of their charts create. In the inner wheel, you will find Rose's galactic astro chart with her planet alignments, with the houses where they sit in and so on. And in the outer wheel, you will find Violet's galactic astro chart, also with his planets, where they are located, and the houses and so on. And on the outer rim, of course, you can see the zodiac signs, and then you have this beautiful, beautiful rainbow alignment of the fixed stars with all our galactic families present. For the sake of time here, I will concentrate on one aspect of a 2-hour reading that highlights the journey of two souls and their relationship off-world and in this world. So Rose's question for the first part of the Galactic Family Constellation was, what needs to heal in her relationship with Violet in this incarnation and in the galactic lineage of both of them? I asked her to close her eyes and with her awareness place herself into the center of the synastry chart, representing the soul, to feel the wheel with the planets and houses around her. And as so often, a swirling of energy begins. Her intuition calls Rose towards her Chiron on her midheaven, representing her vocation and calling, and Violet's Chiron very close and further outward of our solar system, with Andromeda star system conjunct both of their Chirons, and she moves even further through Andromeda constellation, further out in the Andromeda galaxy, where she perceives both of their energies moving within an abstract space of concept, pure form and light and color, finally both morphing into a cell, a bright bubble of light, spiraling through a tunnel of light, an umbilical cord from one galaxy to another, back to the Milky Way and towards the Pleiades, where they take on physical forms in a unity of higher consciousness of feminine and masculine energies and prepare for their mission on Earth. She calls that backstage. She then describes their descent to Earth in little pods. However, on a journey to Earth, it gets dark, they lose contact and part ways. And ultimately, their meticulously planned mission is to reconnect, reunite in this lifetime. So, for Rose's question, what needed to heal in her relationship with Violet in this incarnation and in the galactic lineage of both of them, to gain insights into their current situation and future plans, I feel guided to draw cards from Couli's Holistic Oracle card deck. I love them, and I have been experimenting with them for a couple of months now, because they bypass the mind and therefore suggest insights from a higher perspective. They are quantum, as Julia said, and they are also perfect for proxy representatives. And in the absence of human representatives, they are just doing a great job. And I invite you here to a co-creative process. When you see the images of the cards and you receive intuition, inspiration, information, share them in the comments. I know Rose is there as well, and we can continue this quantum process together, create together. So the first card to fully understand their mission is introspection. While pulling this card, a second card fell out of the deck in the process, and I decided to integrate this as well. The information most resonating for Rose with the intuition card is to plan ahead. The first step of the project, the draft, like the preparation stage in the Pleiades. And that is what they do in their life right now, Rose and Violet, creating their arts company, being at the stage before really starting the project. And she knows all the necessary material is there in the Pleiades, backstage. She can go there and retrieve what she needs in this life. For additional clarity, we move to the second card. And the second card, creativity, confirms to her their shared mission on Earth. She feels their purpose is to being creators, expanding and going beyond their limits in order to enjoying themselves fully, constantly adapting, holding high vibration, because they couldn't have fun for so many lifetimes before. So being in pure joy and pure bliss, that is their shared mission on Earth. Rose's mission also, she feels, is coming to the 3D realm to create through physical form, which was not possible in their previous non-physical existence, especially in the Andromeda galaxy. Rose now turns towards both of their north nodes in Aquarius. Again, they are conjunct, and she describes her goal as an evolutionary journey to ultimately meet their galactic family in this lifetime. Both Rose and Violet, with their conjuncting north nodes, want to connect their artistic mission to the energies of Aquarius and the transition into new societal structures to implement new technologies creatively as part of their shared artistic path. And when Rose is looking beyond the north nodes, beyond the Aquarian energy, into the Aquarian sky, really, she asks, what is coming? So we drew an additional third card. It was the future card, and this opens up in her sensations an all-encompassing, positive, anything is possible vibe, a galactic connection which is now more present than ever. She knows if she asks, she will receive. Rose shares with me that she came full circle and both hers and Violet's karma is resolved. She also feels that Violet is part of her soul, which she retrieved, and now she is able to make them powerful and complete, finishing the story they wrote together. And from there on, they can distill what they receive from their future selves in the Pleiades, implement it in the 3D here, and evolve it into higher planes. She also knows that her holistic art will be incorporated in their joint art. Now, with their newfound freedom, being able to co-create a higher vision with their future selves, evolving her heart into spiritual art, holographic and quantum, because technology will be there together with painting, with the Aquarian energy. Her creations will cross-pollinate across dimensions like the Pleiades and Andromeda galaxies simultaneously. We are both very excited at the vast possibilities now available to Rose's unbounded imagination and intuition. She expressed this, that she is influencing the quantum field and simultaneously is influenced by the quantum field. Anything is possible, starting from the imagination for her. The third eye and the pineal gland are magic tools she can now fully access and use. This is a small snippet, a trailer from Rose's and Violet's artistic and karmic journey as twin souls. At the beginning of this presentation, when we tuned into our ancestral and galactic incarnation lines, I mentioned that we can find all of this information in our chart. I hope I made this visible by journeying with Rose and Violet to Andromeda, the Pleiades and Earth, and back. I invite you now to step into your own charts, like my client Rose did, and experience for a moment the feeling of belonging to your star families and galactic heritage to unlock understanding and clarity for yourself. I invite you to do that now. And if you don't have your chart at hand, don't worry. Use the image as a guiding image. Yeah. So with everything in your awareness that came up for you at the beginning of the session, just go back for a moment and recollect the emotions and what you have experienced, what came up for you, the ancestors that showed themselves. I ask you to focus on your chart. Step into the center, the representation of your soul, and perceive. Connect deeper. Maybe you will feel a spinning sensation as we attune your celestial compass. And now I give you a few moments to immerse yourself in your cosmogram and connect with your star families. While you do that, I will do a light language transmission. Ke ya te akahe karaya ya na tiana no hoa ke ha kenia sanaku tianaraia. En ti tianarea te kea tihi. Every system strives for harmony and balance. Ti tenanaria kotia tianarichua kene knianania tenea on tianakahea senia toko. Every conflict strives toward a solution. Kani ka hea ya ko pania tenanea taho. Anini o konia ki kanada ya wo ke hea na ene ya to hani tiae. Every entangled situation harbors an impulse that pushes for growth and allows something new to emerge. Kia anenea tahea nanaki koea yahea te ea. Hani kanenea nanani tia. Acknowledge the creative power inherent in all relationships in your lives. Kenia tatahi kokaya henenia po etia tontuia nane hiki kahe. Deeply appreciate the natural orders and rhythms of life. Ko enia ant ayayahe kenia tanea kik ok panania ania hia song anenia. Use the coherent connection of heart and brain as the basis for your common sense. Ki ani titia ko an nayanehi. And now come back slowly at your own pace. Come back completely into the space where you're at, into your body. And here we are. Let me know your experiences in the comments. Let us all know. Let's co-create. And I'm going to answer them in a couple of moments. Thank you for being here with me, with us, with Julia, and everybody working on the back end to make this summit happen and such a precious experience. This summit is a huge galactic family constellation. And all of us, the presenters, and you in the audience, everyone signing up, in fact, has been participating in it. Also, all of your ancestors have. And so we have not only created, shared, learned, but also healed our collective field. We have healed a lot in the ancestral realm and therefore in the quantum field at the same time. What a magnificent job. And I hope I could contribute value to the tribe and to all of you in this community and everybody watching now live or later the replay. I have to say those last 5 days have been magnificent for me, with all of my Galactic Astrology colleagues who shared deep wisdom, and each and every one of them their very unique approach they presented to us. And I hope that what I shared resonated and you can take away valuable galactic information into your lives. If you like to connect deeper with your star family, I have a gift for you. I have created a free meditation for you to connect further with your star families. You can download it from my website, Miriam-Wiedemann.de. And if you sign up for the meditation, you will additionally receive a workbook for starseeds, which I have recently created to unlock your galactic gifts as a starseed. I invite you to connect with me further. Come and join my email list, connect on Instagram and Facebook, where I also have a free group for starseeds called the Galactic Soul Tribe, where you will find like-minded souls and are supported on your journey. And if Facebook is not for you, I also have a Telegram channel, and you can find more and more content on my YouTube channel. Come and connect, because we have met for a reason. And if you want to dive deeper into your galactic chart and your galactic ancestry, either for a galactic astrology session or a galactic family constellation, reach out to me. I would be honored to explore and share with you the information that your galactic ancestors have in store for you. Thank you for watching. Let's go galactic.
Thank you so much, Miriam. I'm actually speechless. The energy is so elevating and so activating, and there's so much love here, and I can really start feeling and sensing the galactic support more and more, and I'm at the verge of crying. So I just want to thank you and thank everyone. You're welcome to stay behind to answer any questions, and we're just going to play the next segment and introduce another epic presentation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all.
Please join me in welcoming our next speaker of the day, Elizabeth Hazzard. And her topic is the galactic genome and plasma consciousness, co-evolving with advanced galactic races. Elizabeth Hazzard is a visionary healer and teacher whose work bridges holistic healing, Chinese medicine, and the science of galactic consciousness. With a background in Zen Shiatsu, Qigong, and masters in Chinese medicine, Elizabeth has spent over 15 years teaching and practicing energy-based healing arts. Her transformative studies in unified physics, galactic astrology, and the holographic nature of the universe inspired the creation of holofractal soul integration, a groundbreaking approach to understanding the soul's journey across time and space. In today's presentation, Elizabeth will explore the galactic genome as a fractal holographic template for the evolution of consciousness. Discover how humanity's DNA and energy systems reflect universal patterns, and learn how activating these connections can unlock latent potential, align with higher awareness, and contribute to personal and planetary ascension. Join Elizabeth for a profound exploration of how to embrace your role in the universal framework and awaken the limitless potential encoded within your soul. Welcome to the stage, Elizabeth. Take it away.
Hi. So good to be here with everyone. Oh my goodness, what an incredible summit. It's been just phenomenal to be able to witness this incredible community led by Julia. It's so amazing to see how this approach to astrology and the soul records has so many incredible, unique paths that all are really leading to the same place, which is awakening and soul growth. So I'm going to talk about what I call the galactic soul matrix, although let me make sure I've got my presentation. Is that happening? Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go. Here's my galactic genome, unlocking the galactic soul matrix. So we're working here to understand evolution and ascension and get a sense of what is the interaction between evolution and ascension as two components of how we are growing and learning and integrating our soul into the greater universe. So let's see here. So we're embarking on a journey into this infinite map of the soul. We're discovering profound pathways and portals, stargates within the holographic map of galactic astrology. And then here we're going to expand our understanding of that map and understand a larger fractal expression of our own soul essence. But I want to start this by sharing a personal story. So many of you are familiar with what's called quantum healing hypnosis technique, or QHHT. And this particular type of astrology really is very intimately connected with that practice. So this is a type of regression style hypnosis for those who don't know. And it's a way in which we can work with our own soul and higher self to get answers about who we are and where we come from in the universe and in past lifetimes and so on. So I had already been practicing or studying galactic astrology for a little over a year when I went and had one of these sessions. And I had, I don't know, like, I think you have a bunch of questions you're going to ask your higher self when you're in this deep theta brainwave state. This, and like, that's going to help you guide into these past experiences. So I wanted to know more about who I am and what my soul is. And I've been this deeply curious person for really as long as I can remember. So I went into the experience, and this wonderful practitioner guided me to experience in my, deeper state, a beautiful setting where I could be comfortable and relaxed and start to go deep into this experience. So when I did, she said, picture a place that you'd like to go. And so I think probably like a lot of people, I pictured a beautiful beach. So I went in my mind, in my consciousness, to this beautiful beach. And on the beach, it's interesting. This is what I saw. I saw this like blanket or towel that was like blue and white striped, or blue, two colors of blue stripe. And then next to it, I saw 4 like logs you would put on like a campfire kind of thing. And they were in a triangle shape, like one kind of stacked over the next, creating a triangle. And so I look at this triangle and she's guiding me. Hey, do you want to explore this more? Yes, I'll explore it. And I look, and it's like a portal inside of the 3 logs. Do you want to see what's going on? Do you want to explore it? Yes, I'll explore it. So I immediately just dove into this portal, and it seemed to go downward in a very dark tunnel. And I followed this thing. And I think I mentioned, I think I'm in a wormhole, and I emerge into space. And when I emerge into space, I am exploring for a while, and then I come across this, what looks like, and what I describe as what I think is like a space station. So this thing, let's see, I think I'll go to the next slide. This thing, if you look on the right, I borrowed this, and these are some images, some AI images generated that kind of look a little bit like what I saw. So it's like this round thing with these lights all around the side of it, right? And so she invites me, would you like to explore more about this? Okay, so I enter this. I'm not quite sure how I got in. And I'm in it, and I'm thinking, if you look at the images on the right of the screen, I thought, oh, I'll be in this big place. Like maybe it's like a big biosphere, and there's going to be rooms and hallways and people or beings. But I go in, and there's really no one else there. But seem to be these paths that are leading to the center. And I say to her, this isn't what I thought it would be. I get the sense that this is a living entity or being, that it's somehow alive, what it is that I'm inside of. So I follow one of the pathways to the center. And I have the awareness of these lights around the periphery. And when I get to the center, as I recall, it was very light, perhaps, but there was, it kind of pulled me inward as I got closer. It kind of sucked me in, kind of like when I went into this tunnel from the beach. But now it sucks me in to a tunnel again. And this tunnel moves upward. And I remember saying, oh, I didn't, for some reason, it's surprising me that I'm going up. So I go up through this tunnel until I emerge into another greater, larger space. And now it's this wide open space. It's very, very light. It's golden. I describe what looks like a dragon / serpent that's kind of circling the space, this huge dragon serpent that's circling, kind of reminiscent of this idea of like an Ouroboros, right? The snake that's eating the tail. Anyway, it's going around in the circle, and I just notice it there. And then I notice beyond it is this huge sphere of light, like a sun. And I feel drawn to it. I don't recall, did she say, hey, do you want to explore that? Or if I just knew to go there. And I'm moving towards this, and I notice that I'm moving towards this huge luminous sphere. And it's kind of like, I describe, I said, it's almost like a sperm going to an egg, and that there's more of us that are moving towards this light. And as I go, I connect And she's, you know, inviting me to explore. And I enter this sphere. I go inside, and then I start to experience like this recalibration of my energy. Specifically, I describe what's called the mitochondria, right? I'm like it's recalibrating my mitochondria, which are, you know, the energy, like they call that what, the powerhouse of the cell. They're these little energy generators inside of all of our cells. So I'm going to stop that journey there and just use it as a point of reference as I move through this talk, because I believe that when I approached this biological kind of space station entity in my experience, that I perhaps discovered something. So the Galactic Soul Matrix is a gateway to understanding your multifractal essence and how you are infinitely woven into the fabric of the universal hologram. So we're going to start by talking about what is the soul essence. We have a sense of ourselves having a soul oftentimes as some distinct aspect of us that is more than just this physical expression, that has an eternal element to it. And so your soul essence is the eternal resonance of your being. It's your unique expression of source energy that unfolds as the blueprint of your existence across time. By embedding on the architecture of space through scales of reality. It's your unique fractal reflection of the infinite whole. And it's connecting you to all that is through the vast cosmic web. So when you think about this, you can think about every single aspect of creation is unfolding within the unfolding of source, meaning that you are the unfolding of information within the greater source matrix, and that you are its creation, and that you are a fractal of it, connected to absolutely everything within it. So we're going to talk a little bit about fractals as I start to like kind of put together this picture of what this soul matrix actually is. So when we talk about a fractal, we're referring to a pattern that repeats itself at all scales. If you imagine a tree, the shape of the branch is similar to the entire tree. And the smaller twigs look like those branches. So it's like at one scale, we have the large tree, and then we have a smaller version of it kind of branching off, and then another smaller version of it branching off. And they're all sharing information of the whole tree within it. And perhaps through that shared image is part of how it's sharing information, that it looks like it. It's not exactly the same. Each branch and each twig has its own unique expression, but it's sharing information with the whole because it's part of it. And so, for example, your soul, in this case, the soul is a fractal of the universe containing its wisdom and essence in a smaller form. So the next thing I want to talk about, so that gives you kind of a sense of when we say fractals, we're talking about self-similarity, sharing information of something with something larger for the purpose of information exchange. And the next thing I want to talk about is the idea of how the information exchange happens through a hologram. So we have this idea of a universal hologram, and that every part contains information from the whole. This includes everything in creation within this universe. So within a hologram, even a tiny piece reflects the entire image. And similarly, every part of the universe, you included, contain the essence of the entire cosmos, which means that you are a microcosm with a smaller fractal image of the universe, reflecting its intelligence and interconnectedness in your being. Okay, so I'm gonna go a little deep here into some physics. And the physics I talk about are what are called unified field physics, and they're greatly informed by the work of physicist Nassim Haramein. And he's writing physics and papers with his group, International Space Federation. They are writing papers that are unifying the field, and they are evolving conventional physics to understand our universe as an interconnected web of information that's being exchanged at every scale of creation, of reality. So here, when we look at this picture, it's kind of cool, right? So you've got these spheres here. I think you guys can probably see my mouse, so I can't use it as a little pointer. But anyway, so you've got these spheres that are connected to each other through, like, it looks like little wires, right? Connecting. And each one of those spheres is a proton. And inside of the protons are smaller little spheres. It's full of these little tiny particles. And those are the particles, when we talk about the quantum field, we're talking about the particles that are inside of these protons in this picture. And those little particles are named after a physicist named Max Planck, Planck. And so these little Plancks are little tiny quantum scale oscillating fields that are overlapping. And it's very interesting to see that in the corner, you see this kind of glowing purple image, right? This is an image, an interesting depiction of what's called the flower of life geometry. So if you're aware of that, it's kind of expressing that at that scale, we are seeing the field as a reflection of that flower of life geometry, a bunch of little overlapping spheres, but in 3D, not a flat image like we often see, but actually a three-dimensional field of tiny, tiny little oscillating fields interacting with each other. So if you go to these little protons, which are very tiny, and now we're looking at something even tinier than these protons. If you can take the surface of the proton, you see that it has like this depiction actually of the flower of life. If you were to look closely, it's a depiction of the flower of life on the surface of it. And you can use the surface of the proton to calculate its contents. And I'm not going deep into like the mathematics and the physics. If you are interested, I think a lot of us will feel overwhelmed by that. Please reach out to me. I will give you so many interesting places to explore the math and the physics of this. But for the purpose of our general understanding today, I'm going to just kind of speak more in more general layman's terms. So here we're calculating the mass of the contents of each proton through what can be seen kind of tiled on its surface. And the mass of those protons, which means how many tiny little Planck oscillators or these little spheres fit inside of it, that number happens to be equal to the number of protons that are calculated to fit inside of our observable universe. So that shared number of Plancks per proton with protons per universe is a self-similarity. It's a fractal of one proton being a fractal of the universe at that scale. Now, what's interesting is these protons are full of these Plancks. They coalesce to create actually matter, but the protons are also in a sea of them. They make up the field, this quantum field. We call it the unified field. We can call it the 0 point field, all the same thing. This is the space that's all around us and inside of us. So we are in this space and of this space. We're embedding in it. And we're actually moving through space as space moves through us. We're being created in this field as we move through it, through these tiny little blinking oscillations. Some people who are very tuned into energy will look around at the world. Maybe we expand our peripheral vision, we start looking, and we get this strange sense that the reality that we're in is pulsing, it's flickering through these tiny little oscillations. Okay, where am I going with this, Where am I going with this? Okay, so this is showing that through these little protons, each proton is connected to the next, every proton is connected to every other proton through this field, through the geometry, this flower of life geometry of the quantum field, of the 0 point field, of the unified field, all the same thing. So it's all connected, and it's sharing information through what's called a micro wormhole network, the propagation of information through this series of these little tiny Planck oscillators. Dude, wild, huh? Totally wild. This is some realness. So this is taking so much of what we're talking about, so much of the time, and putting into a context that's actually making it actually quite tangible. What we call often the spiritual world or dimensions or other realities are all part of the same reality. I'm going to say one quick thing here. I had this conversation with my 8-year-old today, and we were talking about, do you know what your soul is? Do you care about what your soul is? Yes, he does. And we started talking about what happens when you dream. And he goes, well, you go somewhere else. Like you're not here. And he goes, wait a minute, but you do go somewhere. You go somewhere not real, he said. And then he goes, but you do go somewhere real. It's real because you're experiencing it, right? And it's part of the same reality that we're experiencing here in a different way. All right, that was just a little side note. Okay, moving through space as space moves through us. So here we have a depiction on the left of the sun, and the sun is orbiting the galaxy, right? And while that's happening, the Earth is going around the sun. And as it's going around the sun, it's spiraling because it's following the sun in its galactic cycle as it goes through its solar cycle, right? And then you've got all the planets following along. And as we're sitting here right now on this planet, we're moving through space in this particular pattern, in a helix, in a helical pattern around the sun, around the galaxy. And as we move through space, right? Boom, 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 space moves through us. So it's moving through us. And as it does that, we and every other aspect of creation we are embedding little bits of information on the field. We're changing the space itself. We're changing these little tiny Planck or quantum scale oscillators are being informed by us, by our experiences. And that experience of moving in a spiral through space, these are timelines. And this is how we evolve. And we evolve through this tiny little micro wormhole network. We evolve because what we're experiencing from one moment to the next through a sequencing of events, or what we can call, temporalization or temporality, is I'm moving through space as space moves through me. I leave little bits of information. And what I experience as time is, let's see, I'm going to do this. Here's me here. Here's yesterday, let's just say. The space between now and then, as it does this, right, is the time that we experience. And we experience it through entanglement. And that entanglement is feeding back the information of yesterday to today as memory. It's literally, there's literal information exchange through that field, what we were looking at before, right? See those little, so they look like little wires connecting one proton to the next. We could look at that as like today and yesterday, and it's you, and all your protons are talking to each other. And you're experiencing yesterday as like a timeline, and the timeline goes on and on and on from there, right? And as we do this, as we embed this information, not only are we informing who we are, we're also informing all the other self-similar beings on the planet. We're all co-creating information on the field. And that's what some call morphogenesis, or the morphogenetic field. And that's the collective timelines of a planet and all of the information that is shared to support the planetary growth and evolution. But what's the direction of this growth? It's going like this, right? Boom, 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 as we move through space. But then there's another thing that happens. There's another way in which we grow and we learn. Oh yeah, and let's say, not only are we feeding this back to, at the planetary scale, through the collective growth and for the purpose of collective growth and evolution, we're also feeding this back to everything that is. Because remember, all those little particles they're feeding back on the field that unifies everything at every scale. This is possibly this is at least a way in which we are connected to source within this universe at this scale. And we're in feedback, so the universe can grow and evolve as well and learn. And we're one of its little workers, right? Doing all the cool things that we're doing. And it's impacting everything, not just our own planet, right? So speaking of not just our own planet, we look at this next picture to the right here, and we see this human being, and they're inside their own electromagnetic field. It's called a torus, T-O-R-U-S. And this thing that they're in, you can see all the little chakra centers along the midline of the being, of the person. And then from there, and those are all unified. You can see at the top, there's there's a wormhole. There's a freaking wormhole at the top there. Oh, by the way, there's a wormhole at the bottom, and it's connected through the central. So it's a wormhole at the scale of your electromagnetic field. And that tube, that wormhole tube in the center of you, is how you experience ascension. So we have evolution, temporalization, sequencing of events on the field in a horizontal, helical, I don't know what you want to call that, whatever, pattern. And then you have moving up and out. Not only every time you start moving up in consciousness, you expand the field, you expand your field into a larger spatial domain. And at some point in the physical body, there's an intersection between these two phenomena. So as you're moving through space, I've heard this from really interesting people, that the actual movement of space is emerging from the navel, or at the level of the navel, which incidentally is where a little wormhole from your mother connected to you at a certain point when you were in the womb, before you exited her through another wormhole, right? This doesn't sound very nice, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, so there's this point in the body where the central channel and this timeline connects. And I believe, and this is up for discussion for sure, all of the ideas I express are all, I want everyone to be able to just feel free to explore and learn and be open, releasing dogma where we have it. Thanks, Kelly Brett, for that. And so that we can just be open to learning and growth. And like when something doesn't resonate, we say, I don't resonate with that yet, because I'm in a growth mindset, right? Okay, so this intersection between the timeline and the tube, or the ascension, right, happens at around a place in Chinese medicine we call the Ming Men. And it's, I believe, to be this point of synthesis where the curriculum of your timeline and the timeline of all the ancestors you're connected to through this lifetime and your ascension path come together. So now as you would move up, 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 think about this. A lot of times we do this, right? We do this meditation. We go up and we're in our field. We're like moving up through the central channel and then expressing out and into the field. So we start to occupy a larger spatial domain. Maybe it's bigger than this planet. Maybe it expands to the size of this galaxy. And now every point in time in the galaxy becomes unified within that field, and you become connected to all of them at once. This is wild stuff, I know. Okay, so this is where we have personal ascension, expanding our consciousness up, and beginning to occupy a larger spatial domain connected to more and more and more of potentially where we have existed in the field, including the timelines we're on currently and those from past incarnations and experiences. I think that's all I want to say about that right now. Let me see here. Okay. Oh, one quick thing I will add before I move on is, interestingly enough, the piece of technology in the body that's embedding on the field is the DNA. Well, isn't it interesting? Speaking of self-similarity, this helix, this little tiny helix inside the cell that mirrors this evolutionary timeline of us moving through space. It's fractally nested, one within the next. All right, how am I doing on time? I think I'm okay. All right, so here we have the galactic soul fractal matrix and the 64 tetrahedron grid, a universal template. It's a lot. Okay. That's kind of a fun image. This is a really beautiful piece of technology. So this is what's called a 64 tetrahedron grid. This is a bunch of tetrahedra that are put together in this beautiful armature that's created. This is a technology created by Nassim Haramein, and it's using it to start to learn how to coalesce energy out of space itself. From this beautiful field is full of energy and full of information. I just thought I'd show that because it's so cool looking. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the 64 tetrahedron grid. So now what I'm going to talk about is, if we think about that field, what you'll notice here is there's the 64 grid. These are a bunch of tetrahedra. So remember when we talked about the little spheres, the little Planck oscillators? Well, each of them neatly fits inside of a tetrahedra, which is a four-sided polyhedron, meaning it's got four sides. Each side is a triangle, and they're all the same size. So there we have a bunch of these over interlocking tetrahedra. What's interesting, let me see if I've got this other picture here. Oh, I thought I put that in there. Oh, there we go. Look at this. So here's a picture of this tetrahedron grid, right? And light is shining through it, and look at the image it creates below it. This is an interconnectivity of these two geometries. It's really showing how important they are together. Okay, so here's this sort of male 3D armature of the feet as the 64 tetrahedron grid, as it interconnects with the female flower of life geometry. So if you take 64 of these little triangles, these little tetrahedra, and you interlock them together to make this thing, right? The smallest number of them fitting around a central point to create a fractal of the whole thing is 64. And so this thing, so we're going to move on from that. So there's 64 of these, and they represent, the tetrahedra represents kind of the geometry of space-time, or what we could call space memory. And then inside of that fit this really interesting, very, very ancient geometry that's called the tree of life. And we see this tree of life is this universal symbol that maps the soul's journey and aligns with the chakra system. And you see this like almost like a galactic blueprint of encoded information that can represent a journey across lifetimes and planetary systems. So when you look at this tree of life, we've got at the bottom, you can't see this very well, I apologize, but this little symbol here, it's the earth. And it represents in Kabbalah, it's the Malkuth, or Malkut Sephira. But we see this geometry in, Egyptian Kemetic traditions. We see it in like Nordic traditions and much more. This is a very, very ancient geometry. So here's the Earth. Then we've got all the glyphs for the planets. We've got the moon, we've got Mercury, Venus, the sun right here in the center. We've got Mars, we've got Jupiter, and so on. And these are all these different points on the tree of life that this geometry will fit neatly into. So here we can use this template to map out your galactic chart. So here we've got, I did mine, and this is just some of, those of you who have looked at a galactic chart know there's a lot, and this is nowhere close to what's actually on mine or anybody else's. But see, if you look here, Earth at the bottom, they've got connections, and I'm using the Earth point there to connect with things like my ascendant. And in that case, I'm referring to the ascendant. We could use like the midheaven and different calculated points associated with coordinates on the Earth, right? And how we align. So I'm using the ascendant there, but there's many ways of looking at that. We go up to the moon. I have Andromeda connections through my moon, Altair through Mercury, Aldebaran through Venus, Arcturus through the sun, and so on. Here it goes, all on this chart. And it's kind of reflecting. Oh, let's go back for 1 sec. Look at this. So see how you're moving through space. So if we have this snapshot, if you were to look at this head on and the sun's in the center, you might see somewhere of a self-similar depiction of the alignment of all those planets on the tree of life, right? And then from that, it's like this snapshot at birth. And all those planets are then further aspecting all these other places in the galaxy and further in some cases, right? And they're showing, what is it? It's entanglement through these nexuses or these nodes on the tree of life. All right. Actually, oh, there it is. Okay, I'm going to come back. I'll go back to those other ones. Okay, so those nodes on the tree of life. And then you can overlay this. This has been done. You overlay them on, can you see the outline of the person? You overlay them on the chakra system, so Julia mentioned that I have a long history of 30 years of doing shiatsu, by the way, maybe even more now. I'm getting a little long in the tooth. So I'm a body kinesthetic person. So when I started tuning into these alignments, I'm like, I need to connect in my body. And that's not an accident. There's an analog biologically for every single thing you ever did as a soul in your physical body through your DNA, and probably other parts like the fascia and other things are literally these antennae, these little resonators of frequency that connect you to all these different experiences. So if you go into these central hubs of the chakra system. So here, right, we've got the earth, and all of the alignments associated with the earth is in your root chakra, maybe your earth star chakra as well. The sacral or second chakra, the moon, all of those aspects, you can go deep into your sacral chakra. For me, I said that Andromeda was there. I can go deep in, it's a portal, it's a wormhole, it's a stargate into all of that galactic information is in my chakras, connected through the DNA. This is some fun stuff, right? You have a transit. What's going to happen? Something's transiting my moon. It's alchemizing and opening up through a larger pattern, a larger fractal pattern, planetary movement. It's like click, 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 boom. Now I'm like amplifying the connection through the information set of that planet that's giving me this feedback, a greater, stronger feedback loop with me embedded in that planetary system, in the morphogenetic field of, like, say, Andromeda Almach, or the planet in that system where I have a soul connection. And there I'm doing this like feedback with it. And I'm now able to download information about who I am. All right, it's go time, people. I know, isn't this fun? So you can do this. Everybody can do this. Just tune in. You can do this whether you know what's there or not. Just go into your heart chakra and realize it's a freaking portal, especially like you're in your solar return. It's your birthday. Get in there. Find yourself. Find the greater fractal expression of who and what you are. Okay, let's see. What did I want to say? Okay, ooh, this is fun. So, P.S. I'm a nerd. Okay, so looking at this, we've got, this is a really cool one on the left. It kind of gives me goosebumps. There is the 3D 64 tetrahedron grid. Look, it's in a bunch of bubbles. So it's both embedded. You can see it as both the spherical and the linear. Now, over here, we've got 3 trees of life feeding into a center point. But ultimately, what we end up is 8 of them. I'm just like gonna like, boom, the fractal got bigger. Okay, you became more fractalized right now just by knowing one of these trees of life is you in this incarnation. But there's 8 more of them. 8 more. Look, there's one, and you can see how they all feed into that 64 on the right. And you've got you've got this one on the left, which is super cool. It's just more ways of visualizing this beautiful, beautiful geometry. So 8 of these means, okay, wait, what 8 of these means is, see, the bottom point is Earth. How many different base planets? So if you look at this, you've got this like spiral of information moving, flying through the tree of life, through your body, right? Connecting you to ancient incarnations, and Pluto connected to your crown chakra. That's where you dropped into this solar cycle to do sort of an alpha and omega, a full, complete information cycle where every single point on this tree is related to the other, that links very closely to your mission, and we can decode it through all the different connections in the chart. So from Pluto to Earth, you're doing something, right? You got some sort of a, and it's, when you get into the larger fractal, it is nonlinear. So it doesn't mean you have to follow it sequentially up and down the tree, right? Through fractality, through ascension. It doesn't go one moment after the next at that point, because it's expanding into larger domains. Okay, so I'm just putting this here to say we have communication through the biological system, through the DNA, through the fascia. I'm not going to go deep on that right now. But if you want to get on my mailing list, I really like to talk about this stuff and share it. So please join me in a reading, in a class, in an activation. So with our galactic mission, we start to recognize that we're not separate from the universe. We're a fractal of its infinite intelligence. And by embracing the soul matrix, you awaken to the potential to create, evolve, and ascend. And why did I tell you this story about my QHHT? I'm going to get a little weird here for a minute. Okay, so I feel the space station itself was the 64 grid, all paths leading to the center, and all of those tetrahedra, all of the information is information at the galactic scale. So when I went to the center point of it and I wormholed up, I went into a larger fractal domain. I expanded, I ascended, right? I don't know when I did this. I don't know what this is all about. I still have so many questions, never ending questions. However, what I do know is it also, okay, so the other day, I'm thinking, I think I'm okay on time. So the other day, I'm thinking about this 64. I get like kind of obsessed sometimes. I'm thinking about this thing, right? And I'm like thinking about all these trees of life fitting together into a center point. How can we calculate lifetimes outside of the context of the one tree that we're accessing at the moment in this lifetime? And I start thinking like, well, what if you like slid the ecliptic in at different vectors? I'm not even saying this is how you do it. It just led me to a thought process. And think about it your own way. Like maybe that's true. So it's like one this way, one ecliptic this way. Do the opposing trees of life reflect opposites? Like if I've got this opposite in this tree of life, is it conjunct in the other? I don't know if that's true. These are all just like inquiries. But what it did do was I started noticing, well, then there's these spinning spheres spinning around. They're spheres of energy spinning one within the next within this geometry, right? And I was like, wait a minute. Isn't there some kind of, first of all, I started thinking about the shape that I went into, and that had this spinning thing around the outside with all these little lights. Okay, maybe some of you are thinking this, no idea. I started thinking about this very bizarre angel that's talked about called the Ophanim, Ophanim, the Ophanim. So this angel is like often referred to as the weirdest angel, because it's a bunch of wheels within wheels, kind of like it's also referred to as Ezekiel's wheel or the throne type of angel in the hierarchy, right? It's plasma consciousness, PS. Okay, so if it's like these wheels within wheels and they supposedly have eyeballs all over them, I have nothing more for you on that, but just to say, I think it might be a higher fractal domain. If you have a hierarchy of angels, it's not like one dude's or dudette is like better than the other. It's that they occupy a fractal domain, one embedding within the next. Yes, shape resonance, Ursula, thank you. Yeah, and it's like one within the next, sharing information. And so if you, it's like your soul, what do they call that? The oversoul or the soul group. It's one essence that's all of these infinite, which feels like infinite numbers of emanations from a source, but that can then extrapolate into something larger. Okay. I think that's like where I really wanted to go. I'm feeling quite happy about that. I'd love to take questions. Thank you. What do we have? The vision for humanity. And then I was like, well, why does anybody even want to know this? Not everybody does. Not everybody does, but some people do. I sure do. And I believe that as we connect, we gain fractality, we gain perspective, where if all points in space become unified, it informs how we exist right here and now and how we participate in the co-creation of planetary ascension. Ascension's moving up. So if you do this, you are opening up the field for others to also do this. We may even be opening up the potential on this planet for meaningful space travel. Is that ascension? Is that one fractal expression of ascension? Like boop, 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 leaving the planet, right? How are we going to do it? I don't know. But understanding that we are part of something so much bigger and that that's all informing us now and connected to every other thing is an important part of how we love each other enough to hold hands through this evolutionary threshold that we're in. Okay, I do have a question. Do I have time to guide a tiny little meditation? If someone wants to somehow communicate that to me with a thumbs up, it's okay if I don't.
Yes, you do. I believe you have 10 minutes.
Yes.
Rocking it.
Exciting. All right. Let's do this. Let's meditate. Let's go there. Okay, let me find it. Here we go. Connecting to your galactic blueprint. Okay, so go ahead and get comfortable. I'm going to calm down because I get excited. Might not feel meditative for everybody. All right, so we're going to just, speaking of fractal oscillations, let's tune into our hearts and feel the oscillation of our heart beating within the oscillation of the breath. So slowing the breath and feeling this like pulsation within it of the heart, just one fractal nesting in the next, generating different electromagnetic fields, creating a shareable wave for the consciousness. Take a deep breath in through your nose and exhale fully through your mouth. And inhale again through your nose. And exhale through your mouth. Inhale. And exhale. And start to ground your energy down and into the earth. Imagining roots growing from the base of your spine and extending deep into the core of the earth, connecting with the plasma intelligence of our planet. Feel the nurturing energy of the planet flowing up and through these roots into your body. And sense this grounding energy anchoring you into the present moment. Connecting to the quantum field. Bring your awareness to your heart center. Visualize a golden sphere of light glowing brightly from within. This light begins to expand and fills your chest, radiating outward, enveloping your entire body in a sphere of golden energy. Imagine this sphere connecting to the quantum field, where every particle of information across time and space resides. activating the tree of life within you. Visualize the tree of life forming within your energy field, its roots connecting to the earth and its branches stretching into the cosmos. See each sephira, each node of the tree of life lighting up, aligning with your chakras and vibrating with their unique frequencies. Feel the energy flowing from the earth through your root chakra, up through your crown, and into the infinite universe, opening to galactic wisdom. Imagine a soft beam of light descending from the stars, descending from your matrix, entering the top of your head, and flowing down and through your central channel. This light carries the wisdom of your galactic blueprint, activating the fractal patterns within your DNA and fascia. Allow this light to reveal a sense of connection to your soul's journey across time, space, and fractality. Imagine this energy as you integrate with the feeling of gratitude, the receiving of the present moment with love and grace. With each breath, feel the harmony of evolution and ascension integrating within you, a perfect synthesis of horizontal and vertical movement. Express gratitude for the experiences, memories, and wisdom encoded within your being. Rest in this space of connection and expansion for a few moments. Begin to bring your awareness back to your physical body, gently moving your fingers and toes. Take a deep breath, and as you exhale, imagine grounding this newfound awareness into the present moment. And when you're ready, open your eyes, feeling refreshed, aligned, and deeply connected to your soul's essence and the universe.
That was epic. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, so fun. I feel so deeply called to share this with everyone who's ready to hear it.
The passion is oozing out of you. It's inspiring.
Thank
Well
you.
done. All right. Thank you, everyone. Elizabeth, enjoy the comment section as you stay behind, and we'll be back in with another segment shortly. Much love.
All right. Thank you to everyone.
number 5 of day 5 of our Quantum Soul Guidance Summit is Cibil Star, a regular guest on our Galactic Astrology channel, offering amazing astrology and galactic astrology wisdom for current times. Cibil's presentation topic of the day is Remembering the Song of Creation, Uranus activation of the Pleiades in 2025. Cibil Star has been a professional astrologer for more than 20 years and has a thriving international astrological counseling business. Through her channeling of the star nations, combined with many years of astrological study, she's able to assist her clients in navigating these turbulent times. Sibyl believes astrology holds the key to self-understanding and a map that guides us to self-realization and happiness. In today's presentation, Sibyl will share what the activation of the Pleiades by the Uranus transit of 2025 could mean for Mother Earth and humanity. The Pleiadians have been involved with humanity and Mother Earth from very early times. It is said that they are our cosmic cousins, since we share so much of our DNA with them. The presentation will cover who are the Pleiadians, share the history of Mother Earth and the Pleiadians, cycles of our solar system traveling in the photon light belt and what that means for us now, Uranus transit activation of Pleiadian portals to prepare us for open contact, remembering the original song of creation of Mother Earth and all her children. Sibyl's presentation is pre-recorded. She's here with us live, available to answer your questions or feedback throughout the video that will start playing shortly. So please feel free to connect and enjoy this amazing high vibe presentation. Please help me extend a warm welcome to Cibil Star.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the presentation of the Uranus transit of the Pleiades, Remembering the Song of Creation. I'm Cibil Star. I have been an astrologer for over 25 years. But the last several years, I have been very enamored with galactic astrology due to a deep connection that I feel with our star nation relatives. I feel their presence. I'm very excited about this transit because I believe it's going to be opening the door to open contact in a much bigger scale, especially with our Pleiadian relatives. And as you can see, I'm sitting in front of an image of the Pleiades. So let us dive right into this presentation. All right, so here we are. It's about remembering the song of creation, Uranus activation of the Pleiades in 2025. So as you can see here, I have some images of the Pleiades. Here is the Pleiades. The Pleiades star cluster is visible from virtually every part of the globe. It looks like a tiny misty dipper of stars. It is 44 light years away from Earth. It is also known as Messier 45. There are over 1,000 stars in this cluster, but there are several that shine more brightly than others, and they are known as the Seven Sisters. And here there is an image here of the Seven Sisters. We've got Alcyone, which is the central star, is called the grand central sun of the Pleiades, and the Greek pronunciation is Alcyone, or Alcyone, I believe that's it, Alcyone. But we're going to be calling it Alcyone because that is the English version. We have Merope, Electra, Celana, Maya, Taygeta, and Asterope. And these are the parents over here of the Seven Sisters, Atlas and Pleione. But like I said, there's actually over 1,000 stars in this cluster. Late fall and winter are the prime times for seeing the Pleiades. They are first in line of 3 brilliant winter objects that rise one after the other over the course of about 6 hours. The Pleiades rise first, followed by Orion, and finally Sirius. And how to see the Pleiades? If you can find Orion, which is the most recognizable constellation in our Milky Way galaxy, at least here from Earth, and then, follow Orion up and you will see a bright reddish star called Aldebaran. And then the Pleiades is just to the right and up from that. Aldebaran is known as the follower of the Pleiades. The mythology and astrology of the Pleiades. Bernadette Brady says, the Pleiades take up around a degree in the sky, but has claimed more poetry, scientific writings, recordings, and myths than any other constellation. Many different cultures around the world have deep connections to the Pleiades, including Babylon, the Celts, Egypt, Greece, and many others. In Babylon, the heliacal rising star of the Pleiades heralded the beginning of the new year. The Celts used the heliacal setting star. That's the star that rises in the east just after the sun sets in the month of mourning, which is November, for their beloved dead. Prayer would be said on what is now known as November 1st. It is related to All Hallows Eve and Halloween, and it is linked to the fates. To the Egyptians, the Pleiades were 7 goddesses whom the dead had to encounter and by whom they had to be judged. To the Greeks, the Pleiades were part of an early cult of Aphrodite, who gave birth to 7 daughters and turned them into a flock of doves. The leader of the doves was a dove goddess, Alcyone, who was said to bring good weather for the planting season. And just an interesting note is the word for the Pleiades in Japanese is Subaru, and of course that is their car. And if you look that's their symbol. The symbol of Subaru is the Pleiades. There are 7 stars there. The constellation of the Pleiades is found from 28 degrees of Taurus to Gemini 1 degree. The Pleiades are in alignment with the sun from May 18th to the 22nd. Alcyone is the brightest star in this constellation. It is at 0 degrees, 20 minutes of Gemini. And the astrology of Alcyone, and this is from Bernadette Brady, the principle of inner vision and activation of the third eye, a desire to seek inner knowledge, but is linked to the fates and the judgment of the dead. So, the history of the Pleiades with Mother Earth. Why such a big connection with a constellation that is 444 light years away? This comes from Barbara Hand Clow, who is a famous astrologer, and she comes from Cherokee origin, and she says her star ancestry is the Pleiades, that she's actually a Pleiadian starseed. A great spiral of stellar light from the Pleiades reaches our sun, and our sun is the 8th of the large stars of the Pleiades. The generator of the spiral is Alcyone, the central star of the Pleiades from Earth's view. Some say our sun was once part of the Pleiades, and the stories have been created about how and why the sun became separated from the Pleiades. Barbara continues. She says, my Mayan medicine man, Hunbat's Men, has written about the Pleiadian star system since it is the basis of the long count in the Mayan calendar. Somehow, the Pleiadians have a great impact on the Mayan system, as if they slide into our world through a nautilus spiral when significant nows arrive. And this is such a now moment. She says her Pleiadian guides say they come into our dimension to inspire us to become masters of love. They are the keepers of the 5th dimensional reality of love and creativity. And I have here an image from her book, The Pleiadian Agenda. It's called the axis of consciousness, the vertical axis. And so I did cut off a little bit of it. So the first dimension is the iron core of the crystal earth. We come over here. This is the second dimension, which is telluric realm, deep, hot biosphere elementals. Third dimensional realm here, which is inner space, time, and humanity are the keepers. The fourth dimension is the collective mind, and the Anunnaki are the keepers of that dimension. The fifth dimensional reality is love and creativity, and the Pleiades are the keepers of this dimension. The sixth dimension here is the morphic field, sacred geometry, and Sirius are the keepers. The Sirians are the keepers. Seventh dimension is galactic informational highways of light, and the Andromeda Galaxy are the keepers of this dimension. Cosmic order, galactic federation. This is the eighth dimension. Orion are the keepers here. Ninth dimension is the Milky Way galactic center, and the Tzolk'in are the keepers, and then it goes on up into the Andromeda Galaxy. Okay. And so there is a connection can be traced back over 100,000 years to Earth's connection with the Pleiades. Some say the Pleiadians came to Earth to establish an outpost, as Mother Earth is very similar to planets in their star systems, and their first outpost became Lemuria. Earth is a melting pot for galactic issues and genetic material from thousands of worlds. Earth is involved in a 3D experiment where the beings forget they are source energy, so have the experience of separation from source, but the goal is remembering, and we are now in the time of remembering. The Pleiadian star mothers seeded the consciousness of Lemuria, and so the Pleiadians are the direct ancestors of the Lemurians, and this is a beautiful image here of a Pleiadian star mother. Okay. And of course, here's a beautiful image of Lemuria as well. According to the book, The Keys of Enoch, the Pleiadians were responsible for upgrading the genetics of humanity. Okay. All right. So all human beings have DNA from the Pleiadians, and it is said that our DNA is very similar to theirs. Many indigenous people trace their ancestry to the Pleiades, and some go back over 40,000 years in their ability to trace it. Many indigenous people derive their ancestry from the Pleiadians, including the Hawaiians, as well as many other Polynesian people, the Maya, the Kouie, the Hopi, the Cherokee, and the Australian Aborigines. And I really love this image here of the indigenous ancestors with their communicating with their Star Nation relatives, their Star Nation ancestors. And some of the most closely held ancient indigenous wisdom is linked to their star ancestors. There is a Cherokee creation myth that was actually just recently allowed to be shared with non-Cherokee people by the Cherokee ancestors or the Cherokee elders, I mean. So the Cherokee star ancestors were beings of light who rode a sound wave through a hole in space that came to eastern Tennessee. The Cherokee who live there are guardians of that vortex. So that's part of the Cherokee creation myth. Many ancient sacred sites are aligned with the Pleiades, such as Machu Picchu, the Seven Hills of Rome, Palenque, and Chichen Itza in Mexico. And there are many others too. The Inca is another indigenous people that trace their ancestry to the Pleiades. It is said that when Lemuria collapsed many thousands of years ago, beings from Lemuria landed in the area of Mount Shasta and developed the inner city inner earth city of Telos, where they still live, and many people still have experiences and communicate with Telos. There are temples. It is said there are temples there to the Pleiadian mothers. When the Lemurians landed there after the collapse, they created temples inside of the city of Telos, and one of them is the Ascended Master Temple, and it is dedicated to the goddess Mara, who is a Pleiadian mother. Okay, and here is a image of Mount Shasta, which is a very beautiful place. I live in California, so I have the good fortune to be able to go there frequently, have been there many, many times with many incredibly powerful experiences. Many channels of the Pleiadians have Pleiadian lineage in their DNA, and there are many channeled messages. The Pleiadians are often channeled by spiritual mediums who communicate messages from these beings. These messages frequently focus on themes such as love, peace, awakening, and the importance of spiritual development. Some people believe that the Pleiadians are actively helping humanity by sending messages and guidance during times of global crisis. There's also have been many UFO sightings of Pleiadian spacecraft. Some individuals claim to have witnessed spacecraft associated with the Pleiadians. These craft are often described as having a graceful, light, and shimmering appearance, sometimes resembling orbs or triangular ships. These sightings are often interpreted as signs of Pleiadian visitation or communication. And the Pleiadians are also said to be involved in protecting us from nuclear war. And that's one of the main reasons why there's so many Star Nation relatives who are really patrolling our airspace in many different ways. And it is said that they often intercept nuclear warheads that are being tested. Just recently, one was tested in North Korea, and it did not, no one actually knows where it landed, but it was supposedly aimed at the US, but it didn't make it. And it has been said that the Pleiadians did intercept that missile. Okay. All right, so who are the Pleiadians? The Pleiadians are a hybrid of the indigenous human population that has always resided on the planets of the star constellation of the Pleiades and the refugees who came from the planet Avalon and other planets in the Lyran system. They exist in a fifth to ninth dimensions in a parallel reality, perceivable not through our five senses, but through our extrasensory awareness. As spirit beings of light, the Pleiadians can be described as having light bodies, which are completely different from the flesh bodies of our earthly kind. The light bodies of the Pleiadians can appear in anthropomorphic forms, meaning human form, as well as abstract forms. The Pleiadians can come across as human beings of light, as the so-called shining ones, or as fields of light and streams of light without border or shape. They also, Pleiadians are not all humanoid. They do have, I have heard there are dolphins there. They've got conscious dolphins. They've got some feline beings. They've got more than humanoid beings, but apparently that's one of the main ones. Their physical appearance, or at least how they appear to us. Pleiadians typically appear to us as humanoid beings with tall, slender bodies, fair skin, and often depicted with light blonde hair or blue or light-colored eyes. They are considered to be physically beautiful and exhibit grace and harmony. but they also show themselves as brown-skinned indigenous people or even as blue beings. I have a friend who is an indigenous person, and her clan meets, they gather yearly on Mount Shasta, and it's called the Bear Clan. They're the Pomo people from California, and they have had encounters with blue beings who identify themselves as Pleiadians. You know, as Bashar says, that our Star Nation relatives have never stopped communicating with the indigenous people. But now there's going to, of course, be more open contact with more of us. Mateus de Stefano says, they appear to us in ways that we can see and relate to. Pleiadians are highly evolved beings with deep spiritual wisdom, and they can create with their minds. They are believed to possess advanced knowledge of science, technology, and the universe, with a focus on unity, peace, and environmental stewardship. They are interested in guiding humanity towards enlightenment and a higher state of consciousness. Pleiadians are known to be very empathic, sensitive healers who heal with sound and crystals. They are actually healers of the emotional realm. That is their specialty. Pleiadians are also very involved in creative arts, especially music and dance, but really pretty much all creativity. You know, the fifth dimensional reality is about the creation of our own reality. And so creativity is a very big part of a fifth dimensional reality that the Pleiadians are the keepers of. All right. In 1975, a man named Billy Meyer, who lived in Switzerland, had contact with a group of Pleiadians who came to the Earth in their starship. Billy Meyer produced a number of photographs, which he said were of Pleiadian beam ships, as well as sketches that he said were of Pleiadians themselves. And this is one of his sketches. Okay, but he also has photographs. Okay. Meyer's Pleiadians were said to be spiritual and in touch with nature, and they became a component of the New Age movement during the 1970s, where they were depicted as a peace-loving race of space brothers, which was said to be warning contactees that humanity was heading towards self-destruction. And this really has to do with the nuclear weapons. There is great concern in our Star Nation relative community that we're going to blow ourselves up, because Earth has done that before. This would not be the first time, but they say they're not going to let it happen this time. And this is why as they say, the quarantine has been lifted, and they are coming. They're not coming to do our work for us, but they're coming to help us, and they are intervening in the nuclear situation. And they also talk about nuclear energy as being very dangerous. The Pleiadians and the Arcturians, that's one of their main concerns. They feel that nuclear energy is very difficult. Anyway, the Pleiadians offered them alternative philosophies to avert such an eventuality. So they do intervene, but they're also teaching us a different way of being, that nuclear is not the way to go. All right. So the Pleiadian Light Council. The Pleiadian Light Council provides spiritual, tactical, and governmental guidance to the Pleiadians. The council consists of 12 members per division, with 12 divisions in total, creating a total of 144 elected High Council members. The council performs many different tasks, overseeing the entirety of the Pleiadian relations with the rest of the galaxy. The Pleiadian Light Council is an essential member of the Galactic Federation of Worlds and has an enormous impact on the decisions made for the galactic whole. Now, each of the star systems in the Pleiades has its own specialty as listed below. And this information comes from Debbie Solaris. And of course, this is a lovely image of the Pleiadian Council. So Atlas specializes in navigation and travel, star mapping, astronomy, science. Merope is the home of the Pleiadian psycho-spiritual healing and divine feminine mysteries. Maya, the Pleiadian pursuit of spiritual knowledge, universal law, shamanism, and archaeology. Electra, advanced technology, inventions, star codes, template builders, and implementers. Pleione, Pleiadian sanctuary star system, rest and respite for Pleiadians, deep spirituality. Taygeta, Starfleet Command, advanced technology, star exploration, and scientific pursuits. Alcyone is the seat of the Pleiadian civilization and government, creativity, music, administration, general and varied interest and culture. And like I said, this comes from Debbie Solaris. Other people have different understandings and teachings around some of these different stars. And of course, you know, they were part of Greek mythology. And so there's also myths around several of these stars. Okay. So we cannot do a presentation on the Pleiadians without talking about Pleiadian starseeds, as there are so many here, okay? Many starseeds here. And so so we know that the humanity has Pleiadian DNA. They actually are our cosmic cousins, as they say. And but there are souls here, people here who have had lives in the Pleiades. And so we call these starseeds. And so some of the traits are compassion and empathy for others. They're highly intuitive and psychic, healers on the emotional level, connected to crystals, heal with sound that contains higher vibrational frequencies that activate the higher chakras, can be very creative in music and dance because they're here to change the rhythm of Mother Earth, highly creative in every art form. They're very connected to animals and Mother Earth, good communicators, speak their truth, sensitive to drugs and alcohol, dislike conflict, may have boundary issues, may have a desire to fix others, and can be people pleasers. Debbie Solaris also says that Pleiadian starseeds are very sensitive, highly empathic, transmute negative energies, and it can become overwhelming for them. Physical issues they struggle with are diabetes, blood sugar issues, cancer, codependent relationships. Pleiadian starseeds need a lot of self-care and do a lot better on vegetarian and vegan diets. So this going to be talking now. This comes from Barbara Hand Klaus, Pleiadian Agenda. It's Alcyone in the photon belt, or the photon band, as she calls it. And so this is an area, the photon band itself is an area of increased photonic light and higher consciousness. It's a very high frequency gamma rays, which intensify the frequency ranges in our mind. Alcyone itself, and here I'm just going to kind of start talking about the image itself. So up here is Alcyone, okay? Alcyone always rests in the light of the photon belt. It never leaves the photon belt in its orbit. It is called the grand central sun of the Pleiades, and it is connected directly to source energy. It is a relative of Master Ra, our sun. It is a universal living library of creation templates for Earth, a cosmic emitter, which means it's always sending out these cosmic rays. And it is said that a community of angelic healers live there as well. And this comes from the book Stellar Destinies by Dr. Beatrix Sazel and Aniko Gresco. Okay, so, but the rest of this material, well, actually it comes from both. This material comes from Barbara Hand Clow and also from the Stellar Destinies book. So we're looking at now, this image is what's called the Alcyone spiral. And what this is about is this is a download Barbara Hand Clow received, as well as Dr. Beatrix and Aniko, that our solar system is now transiting in the photon belt. And I know there's science behind this as well. And as I said, you know, the photon belt is an area of increased photonic light and high energy gamma rays. And every the Pleiades, as well as our solar system. Of course, remember, there is a belief that our sun is actually at one time belonged into was part of the Pleiades. And that's why there is so much connection. But anyway, this is a graph, and it shows the orbit of each of the stars of the Pleiades, as well as our solar system, which we could call, our sun is Ra. And that Mother Gaia is part of this solar system, and where we experience a 13,000 year cycle. And in this cycle, we spent 11,000 years in the galactic night and forgetting, and 2,000 years in the galactic light, where we are aligned with Alcyone, and it is a time of remembering. This cycle happens in the age of Aquarius and Leo. That is when we enter the photon belt for 2,000 years, and that is a time of remembering. And the last time that our solar system and Gaia were in the photon belt was in the age of Leo, and that was during the emergence of Egypt. Egypt emerged in the age of Leo. Egypt, the last time we were in the photon belt, and there was great calamities, catastrophes, earth catastrophes. And Egypt emerged out of that. Almost, they say, feel like it was almost wholly intact, that there were beings called the Shining Ones who helped create the Egyptian civilization. And so it was a golden age, and we are moving into the golden age. And so we have this great opportunity while we are in this 2,000 year cycle aligned with Alcyone and in the photon belt it's called the ascension process. We are in the time of ascension process, of where we are given the opportunity to move into this fifth dimensional reality, and the Pleiadians are one of our main guides during this time. So I hope that is clear. All right. Now, the other stars of the Pleiades, they have their own orbits, and they have their own time in the galactic night, but it is much shorter. And one of the stars that is really prominent in the history of Mother Earth is the star Maya. And of course, it is believed that beings from the star Maya actually were the ancestors of the Mayans, and they may have been the ancestors of many of the indigenous people in the Americas, but especially the Maya. And the star Maya, as part of its cycle, it always travels with our solar system, with Gaia in the photon belt. And Maya has a special relationship with humanity. And in Greek mythology, Maya had a relationship with the god Zeus, and she was the mother of Mercury, the god Mercury. Okay. Now, what's interesting is the stars of the Pleiades move into their own dark time, into the galactic night. And like I said, I think Maya is only there about 236 years. I believe that's what the uh, what I read. But this dark time allows them to experience forgetfulness and create the karmic patterns, which actually grows the greater reality. And according to Lisa Royal Holt, the Pleiadians have two karmic patterns, which many of the Pleiadian star seeds, as well as much of humanity, carry this karmic pattern. And so in their history, the Pleiadians were known to believe in always being positive and what we would call today spiritual bypass. As a result, they developed an immune system disorder due to the inability to feel negative feelings. Because remember, the Pleiadians are actually emotional level healers. And so it's important to feel everything. If we don't feel, we've got to feel it to heal it. Because if we don't feel it, we repress it and it stays in our energy body and our emotional body and ultimately can make us ill. So their holy people figured this out and understood that the importance of feeling negative feelings, dark feelings, as much as positive feelings. And it is about the integration of the shadow and the integration of dark and light within that heals us and makes us whole. Now, another piece of history, according to Lisa Royal Holt, is the Pleiadians were rescuers. Of course, they were empaths, very sensitive. They saw the people of Orion suffering and so attempted to intervene and rescue them. And for those of you who are not aware, the beings in the Orion constellation experienced many millions of years of war. And so, as the Pleiadians tried to intervene and rescue some Orion beings, beings from Orion retaliated and destroyed a most beautiful planet in the Pleiadian system. And so there can be a feeling of collective guilt around this. And this is just my own observation, I feel like many of the Earth activists have a very strong Pleiadian connection and they have experienced a planet being destroyed before. So Pleiadians can often feel it deeply within their psyche, within their consciousness. But the important thing to remember is to step back and to, Mother Earth is going to heal herself. We need to heal. She says the most important things for us to do is to heal ourselves, is how we heal her. And so it's really important to remember that. But to just know that Pleiadian star seeds often carry these traits, and there may be some karma to work through. So now to the astrology. We're going to be talking about the planet Uranus. And so Uranus is the first of what's called the outer planets or the transpersonal planets. And in your own chart, it's not as impactful unless it aspects one of your own planets. But by transit, it can impact all of us. And so Uranus, the principle of Uranus is about it's the higher mind or the mind of God, is what we would say. It is a planet of awakening. When Uranus comes along, it's like lightning striking. It's like 1 minute you didn't know something and the next minute you do. I think we've all had those like aha moments. And it's also on a collective level. It's very much about the awakening of humanity. Okay. Uranus is about downloads, like I said, getting those downloads. And it's actually downloading ideas from the mind of God that are in the morphogenic field. And Uranus is often strong in the charts of inventors. And as well as, people that have these cutting edge, brilliant ideas. It's really about our own genius. Uranus awakens us to our own genius. And sometimes a great idea can come in and many people catch it at once. Here in the United States, we have a patent system, so only one person can be allowed to be responsible or to get the benefits of these downloads, but many people get them at the same time. Uranus comes along when we need change, when we're stuck. Uranus impacts the weather, and it also rules the energy meridians and nervous systems in our body. So it's really a very powerful planet. Now, Uranus has a 7-year cycle, has been traveling in Taurus, and in 2025, Uranus is going to be traveling from 23 to 29 degrees of Taurus. And with Uranus and Taurus is when we've been getting these physical upgrades to hold the increasing light. As I said, Uranus rules the energy meridians and nervous systems in our bodies. And we've been getting these incredible solar flares and coronal mass ejections, as well as we're traveling through this photon field of increased light. So it's so important because it is about the activation of the new human template and the 12-strand DNA. As we're moving through these increased fields of light, our bodies are being upgraded. And because we need to be able to anchor this light in our bodies and connect to Mother Earth, because Mother Earth herself is going through this ascension process. We're all going through this together. And as we move into a fifth dimensional reality, we are going in our bodies. We are not leaving our bodies. So our bodies need to be able to align with the energy coming in. And I've often compared this to, we have been running on like a 110 voltage, but a 220 voltage is coming in. And so ultimately everything will be a 220 voltage. And so it's so important to take care of our bodies, and because we are being asked to hold this increased light. Uranus and Taurus is about a connection to the consciousness of Mother Gaia, present and grounded in our bodies. Uranus is traveling in Gemini from July 7th to November 7th at 0 degrees, 1 minute, 27, 1 degree, 27 minutes of Gemini, going to be there, let's see, yeah, and then move back into Taurus. So Uranus in Gemini is about the acceleration of consciousness growth with increased vibrational frequency. It is definitely a time of the increased awakening of humanity. We may come to some tipping points. We will be downloading a new spectrum of sound, light, and frequency and sacred geometric patterns. Increased downloads with new solutions to old problems. It's like the old ways of solving problems are just not going to work anymore. We need to be open to the infinite possibilities that are pouring in and be able to think outside of the box. We'll have increased access to advanced technology, inner and outer technology. And one of the most important things to know at this time is it's not only Uranus and Gemini, but all of the outer planets are in the early degrees of the air and fire signs. So it's kind of like a rocket blast taking off in consciousness. Just a small example. Well, it's not as small as it's a sad example. The fires that happen in California, like the ones that are just happening in Southern California, California is very fire prone, but when the winds come in, and that is the air signs, when they come in, they really spread the fire and ignite it. So it's a very powerful energy and consciousness that is coming in. And just one more piece, it's really important to understand that as we move into a fifth dimensional reality, it's important that our consciousness is what our inner world is, what is creating our outer world, and to really focus that energy, the anchor to reality based in our own consciousness rather than the outside world. For this is one of the pieces of how we will do space travel. All right. So Uranus is conjunct the Pleiades, 29 degrees to 1 degree of Gemini, 29 degrees of Taurus to 1 degree of Gemini. This will start in May of 2025. And when planets transit Alcyone, there's known to have increased paranormal activity. Matthias de Stefano says that the Pleiadians are bringing the seeds of creation for planets that are becoming awake. They help their inhabitants become creators of their own reality and help them connect to their inner truth. There is a Pleiadian manifestation process, which is a conscious co-creation with the universe. And part of that Pleiadian manifestation is to realize we know thoughts create, but emotions are absolutely involved as well. And thoughts are like the vehicles, while emotions are like the fuel that drives the vehicle. Everything is created from a baseline of frequency that pulses out into the universe and is reflected back to you. We can say the affirmation, but the underlying emotion is what the universe reflects back. So the key is to work to change the internal frequency. Now, the other super important thing, as I talked about, is preparing us for open contact. Bashar says it will be the Pleiadians who make the first open contact. They will be and they are helping us by activating fifth dimensional experiences of love, creativity, and helping us open the heart chakra. It's increased telepathic communication, making their presence known, and the opening and activation of Pleiadian stargates that have been dormant for millennia. I just recently was involved in a workshop with the Stargate people from Mount Shasta who traveled to Australia to work with the Aboriginal people there and opened the ancient Stargate in Uluru. And it's just a very, very powerful experience. Okay. And there are many stargates on indigenous land all over the world. And one is said to be the Devil's Tower on Lakota land. And these stargates are going to be opened. And finally, the song of creation. It's so important as we align with Alcyone. Alcyone carries the creation codes from Mother Earth, the original creation codes. And to remember the original creation codes as they are pouring through the Pleiadian stargates that are opening from Alcyone and other stars. It is about the opening of the third eye with activation of the pineal and pituitary glands. Now is the time of remembering. Allow the influx of waves of light carrying the original codes for Gaia and humanity to pour through you. This is the same message the indigenous people are sharing now. It's time to remember the original codes and align with them. The original codes transcend polarity with no fear or separation. They open the next level of intelligence field, rewiring neural pathways and connecting us to the heart center, attuning us to the song of creation. As we attune to the fifth dimensional reality that is based in heart and love as a state of being. And this is the gift of the Pleiadians to Mother Gaia and her children. And as we do this, love radiates out to the whole galaxy and to the universe. And this is why so many of our Star Nation relatives are here right now, because they know how important this is, not only for Mother Earth, but for the expansion of love throughout our whole galaxy. So I want to thank you for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and blessings and namaste to all.
So I hope you all enjoyed these amazing speakers and presentations. Yet another brilliant day. This is nearing the end of our summit, and today I prepared a little presentation for you on the asteroid Atlantis, going through the transits of asteroid Atlantis in the year 2025. I know many of you in this community are following the work of Pam Gregory, Heather Ensworth, Matthias De Stefano, and many others who talk about the age of Kali Yuga ending this year. We are ending the cycle of forgetting that takes about 12,000 years, and we are entering a new era of remembering, right? And so last year in 2024, I did a presentation on asteroid Atlantis on Heather Ensworth channel when we looked at transits of asteroid Atlantis throughout the year 2024. And it was really interesting how it showed us yet another validation, another layer showing us that, yes, we are in times of the Alpha and Omega, just like Renee, I think on day one, was talking about that point from different perspective through the stars of the Pegasus. But indeed, with the asteroid Atlantis also, it aligns during certain important days when many of the souls that lived in Atlantis are living and walking this earth this time around, facing karmic connections, relationships, and choices that are helping them to resolve and dissolve whatever unresolved issues and trauma they may have experienced and carried for many, many incarnations over the last 12,000 years. And here we are meeting again. Perhaps many of us in this community were walking together in the ancient land. And I believe wholeheartedly that we are receiving once in a lifetime, once in eons opportunity to let go of any heaviness, any grudges, any pain, anything difficult and hard, including guilt. That's probably the hardest one to keep carrying. We're especially this year asked to truly, truly let go and return to our remembering of our Christed being or Buddhic level consciousness, the divine human avatar, and activating those additional strands within our DNA, becoming much more connected and aware of the fractalization and the holographic universe that we are part of, just like Elizabeth beautifully explained to us. And all these other points that you've seen shared throughout the summit, it truly feels like a beautiful harmony that is being played through all of us as we are riding this wave back home together. And what an absolute honor and pleasure to share this journey this time with you. So I'm going to share my slides. I hope you will enjoy them. I'll first explain a little bit about the asteroid Atlantis for anyone who is completely new to the topic and maybe didn't see my previous presentations on this. And the last slide will be going through the transits of 2025. So we'll talk some more on that. Okay, so you may remember, I'm not sure which speaker it was that showed a beautiful visual of the solar system and showing the asteroid belt between the planet Mars and planet Jupiter. So that's where asteroid Atlantis is located, at the inner ring, so kind of closer to us rather than further, closer to Mars rather than closer to Jupiter. It has a irregular orbit. It goes to retrogrades and then goes forward, and seemingly from our perspective, and it takes about 3.5 months for the asteroid Atlantis to go through a zodiac sign. So it takes about 3.3 years to go through the entire zodiac. And as you know, the way we are moving through cosmos, every single day, every single split second is completely unique in the constellation of not just the planets, but the asteroids and the Kuiper belt objects and the stars in the background. every moment is completely unique, and I find that fascinating. So we can look for keys and clues when we look at these many different perspectives, many different puzzle pieces that all keep pointing to the same message, that we are entering the time of remembering, and it's important that we remember our core center, our divine human coding, and activate that once again. Asteroid Atlantis was discovered in 1931, and at that time it was at 27 of Pisces at the time of discovery. And this minor planet was named, the asteroid, really not a planet, was named after the fictional island of Atlantis from Greek mythology, mentioned in some of Plato's work around 360 BC. So I believe every single viewer on this summit is well aware of the ancient Atlantis, the time just before we entered the 12,000 cycle of forgetting, a time when we had access to highly advanced technology, a time when we were walking this planet Earth with our brothers and sisters from other star systems, the time when technology, when it was normal to see ships flying, spaceships flying through the sky, a time when it was normal to travel from Earth to another star system. The Earth was like a hub where the intergalactic travel was an everyday thing. And it's, you know, we can see it, how that infinite variety of life, of biodiversity that is present on Earth, like, it just makes so much sense that, to me, Earth feels like a bank of DNA that was pulled here from across the galaxy. It truly is a gem, if only for that reason, right? So with Asteroid Atlantis, many people channeled a lot of information about the ancient Atlantis. So many souls that are walking this earth remember their own incarnations. And there were areas that were filled with water and crystal cities. I recall beautiful QHHT session with one of my clients whose role was programming crystals that look like one of those that you see on this image, massive size crystals in a very particular shape, and she would telepathically put information into that crystal. She was her role was like a high priestess. She was very, very gifted in manipulating energy, and she would tune and program several of these crystals. I believe in that particular memory it was about 7 of them, and then a very special box was custom made for the crystal, and then they were shipped to different parts of the planet, and they had a very particular role. So that's one of the many fascinating stories from Atlantis. And if any of you had recalled your own past life memory from Atlantis, please let us know in the comments. So we have been paying attention to the asteroid Atlantis over the last several years. When I say we, I don't mean that I have multiple personalities. Every time I say we, I mean the community of the quantum soul guidance practitioners that are paying attention to these things. And we had conversations, discussions about how we experience the asteroid Atlantis in our natal charts, but also through transits. And it is clear that it's not just an imagination, that we are projecting something onto this 3-kilometer wide rock on the sky. There really is something to it, how it affects us psychologically, and also through cycles of transits, as I will explain later. So when you have asteroid Atlantis prominent in your natal chart, and I'll show a slide how you can find out, it is either it can be conjunct to your natal planet, but it can also play a significant role through aspects, through angles, or through lunar nodes. You know, it can reveal a soul connection to lifetimes in the lost civilization of Atlantis. It can also indicate that you may have a keen interest in topics connected to the ancient civilization of Atlantis. Energy healers and people working with crystals often have this asteroid strong in their natal chart. People with soul memories of the fall of Atlantis may feel strongly about advocating unity consciousness and to stay cautious of deceptive tactics that keep us trapped in fear and separation. It's like we are reliving a lot of that in this lifetime, something that many remember from the end of Atlantis. After, you know, that there is Atlantis spanned over thousands upon thousands of years. If we go with the 12,000 years long cycle, where now we had 12,000 years of forgetting, before imagine 12,000 years of remembering. So there was in my course, there is when I teach how to tune into the soul records, and people who enjoy dowsing using divination tools, at least that's what I used to do with my clients. Whenever lifetime of Atlantis came up, I would check, did this person incarnate at the beginning of that 12,000 years cycle of remembering, or at the height of Atlantis when everything was wonderful and amazing, or at the fall of Atlantis. And that can also give you important information about what are you experiencing this time around. It's like an echo of what was your experience like in Atlantis, based on either good or a really challenging time. So connecting to this asteroid can help with accessing Atlantean wisdom and healing, and blessings given to us by crystalline beings. Sorry, I couldn't read my own slide. So yes, when you're tuning into Atlantis, check whether it was beginning, mid, or end of this era. This is a lot of writing, and I'm sure no one can read this. You will have to really zoom in. I put this slide in on purpose, and perhaps you can take a screenshot, and then zoom in on it if you're interested. These were messages. So we have about 17 different stories from within our community that include astrological information, and then what this person, based on the astrological alignments, was or is experiencing in their lifetime. So I'll share some of them if I can read them. So a person that has asteroid Atlantis on their midheaven, they have strong memories of Atlantis and its fall. Another person has Atlantis square to Chiron in their natal chart, and she has horrific memories of that time. Remember Chiron, the deepest wound that we are here to resolve, dissolve, and then support others that are a few steps behind. Another person here, less than 5 degrees away from her south node, asteroid Atlantis, and she's always felt a connection to the ancient Atlantis and recalled a few memories. South node, Atlantis, past life. I have Atlantis, a person has Atlantis in third house, conjunct Jupiter, square Venus, and sextile Saturn. And she has a lot of awareness and of a particular lifetime connection in Atlantis, a whole story, some of which played out here many years ago. Another person has Atlantis conjunct her north node, and she has a strong memories of it, the high and the lows, the highs and the lows. She's trained in an energy healing method called Atlantean healing, which she loves and uses on a regular basis with her clients. Her positive memories are of being a healer then in Atlantis, and also working with crystals. The trauma of its fall, however, is something she needs to work on. So that was Atlantis conjunct her north node. So I'm mentioning these because as you will look at where Atlantis is in your own natal chart, you may come back here and see if you find resonance, because that way you can receive a validation that yes, actually you're not imagining it. It's not I don't know, for some maybe wishful thinking. Many people may be idealizing Atlantis, or others who may actually have very difficult memories of it, and hearing other people's stories may help them find some peace and resolution and move on into higher expression of that incarnation. There is a person saying, I have Atlantis between Neptune and Jupiter in Sagittarius on the cusp of 4th and 5th houses and opposing Saturn. I felt this question strongly in my gut, and I have many different recollections from Atlantis, and actually quite recently have been having some major clearing, processing, some challenging memories and karmic connections from there with some clients. So good to know about that transit. This discussion in my QSG community was in 2024 when there were powerful transits of Atlantis. A lot of memories for many people were coming up. Here, another person at 25 degrees of Libra is where Atlantis asteroid was when she was born, and it was trine her natal sun. She has some cataclysmic, foggy dreams about it. Many souls who are walking this earth now, who lived in Atlantis, experienced the very end and died in various ways. Some have memories of drowning in water. Massive wave came and that was the end for them. Others passed away in earthquake, and others in fires. Others were rescued by spaceships. There's so many different, think of the entire planet going through a cataclysmic event. So let me know in the comments if you are enjoying this and if I will keep going. Thank you. Here we have another person who said, I have Atlantis conjunct Jupiter in 9th house, and Atlantis is opposite Mars in 3rd house. I've had numerous incarnations in Atlantis as a humanoid, but also lives as dolphin, whale, avian, and reptilian, with 50% as a benevolent and the other half as negatively polarized being. So there are people who remember they had incarnations when they were serving to others, and some incarnations when they were service to self. And now, as they are recalling that, perhaps they're feeling or are being guided to maybe polarize the karmic depth and be in service to others again, making sure that they're not misusing their gifts and abilities in a manipulative way, which happened with many people at the fall. Another person said, I made the connection mid last year. I really wasn't ready to remember until then. Atlantis karma that has come up since then has been no joke. I recommend reading Edgar Casey's book on it if anyone wants a taster for the dynamic at play. The asteroid is conjunct my 4th house at 13 degrees of Aquarius, and the next month will be interesting, no doubt. Completely validates my findings with stories in my soul records from there too. My family in this life are very much connected to it all. I will continue sharing. Yes, I've had many of the same, another person here. I've had many of the same dream at the same place, a beach by a very tall cliff with many others, and the wave coming. Then the turbulent ocean, all that. But then I feel peace. Atlantis is conjunct my Chiron in Aries. And as per Palm Gregory, that's a pain coming from the right for life, to be alive, fighting for my right to live. So in this life, I almost didn't make it at birth. I have it quincux my moon, oppose my Uranus, and sextile my Venus and Mars, which are conjunct. So powerful connection and a lot of emotion that needs to be resolved. And it's amazing when people become consciously aware of it. That's really when, you bring it to light, you reveal it to heal it. It's such a powerful statement. It really works that way. Another person from our community said, yes, asteroid Atlantis is conjunct my moon and square Chiron in my natal chart. I'm having some interesting memories come up about this place and past experiences there, which are uncomfortable to work through, hardly surprising with the Chiron square Atlantis. All right, I'm so curious then to read your comments, and if you bear with me, I want to get through these last 3 or 4 stories, and then I'll share mine. Thank you. Another person in our community said, mine is at 10 degrees. Mine is 10 degrees from Saturn and 8 degrees from Pluto and square Venus. I do feel the connection to a past life there for sure. talk about destruction and karma and loss of feminine energy with those planets. I wanted to include this one because it's quite a wide orb, and usually with asteroids, astrologers usually go with 1 to 3 degrees orb, but here you see even with as wide orb as 10 degrees or 8 degrees, the impact is still there. Now, another person shared, I have a very powerful conjunct with this asteroid. However, I might give you another perspective. And if it matters for your presentation, yes, not being from Atlantis, but being on the opposite side. My memories of Atlantis are the opposite. So not being of Atlantis at all, but being a civilization attacked by Atlantis. All my experiences are battling the dark Atlantis for eons. I am completely detached with all this information, like it does not faze me at all. But anyway, it is a pure fact which I merely acknowledge. I pick up any soul records regardless. I have read soul records for many people with wonderful and progressive experiences related to Atlantis, and many with the destructive records. I pick up the later on the spot, no wonder, with crazy details, and remembering myself, cleaning it up. So no wonder I attract clients, of course, who felt it subconsciously and probably would not hear it from someone else who did not know it firsthand. And my path seems to include bringing and sharing these traits of the dark Atlantis, which is not a coincidence at this point in time. It seems like on repeat. So this is a light worker, or this is a healer, guide, teacher, galactic astrologer, and a transmuter of karmic density for people who seems to be attracting a lot of this type of story as an echo of her own soul experiencing battling beings in Atlantis that were malefic, that attacked other civilization. And you can see how it's in a spiraling motion on repeat until we find a way to resolve whatever still feel dense and heavy, and somehow we transmute it into peace and light so that we don't have to keep repeating the same story over and over again at such intensity. All right, second last story here from another person. The Atlantean energy feels very strong in the field. I've done many Reiki sessions and readings for those I knew in Atlantis, particularly Orion soul family, but also others, and checking the asteroid placements in charts helps me confirm this. Natally, I have Atlantis conjunct Jupiter, which is also conjunct Polaris and Betelgeuse. And Jupiter is my chart ruler as a Sag rising. I feel extremely connected to Atlantis. I have received Reiki sessions from other skilled practitioners who turned into my Atlantean soul stream, which validated my own memories of being in leadership and also needing some healing, particularly of guilt. Many are carrying burdens of responsibility and guilt from what occurred and needing to let go and heal. I'm feeling like my new moon Reiki journey will be bringing in more healing and empowerment of Atlantean timelines and archetypal themes. You may recognize a practitioner here from our community. And that's actually something I want to touch on as well, the recognition of how many people carry guilt and sense of loss and despair by witnessing such beautiful timeline collapsing and feeling like they somehow contributed to, whereas in many cases it's not necessarily the case. It's a cycle. It's order of ups and downs, of the forgetting and remembering, of the heartbeat of the cosmos. So regardless, it was going down, right? The planet Earth herself was going down with that cycle. And there are many souls that are deeply compassionate and caring who put it on themselves, on their own shoulders, to carry the memory of the fall of Atlantis. And it's important to release yourself from that and focusing on here and now, doing your best to heal and activate your beautiful divine human potential, supporting the earth with as much peace, love, and joy as you possibly can. All right, and the last story here, our colleague is sharing, I've been doing a deep dive on Atlantis over the past several months. I went to Egypt last November, and I was called to walk a path of remembering, transformation, and initiation. The Atlantis asteroid is conjunct my Chiron and opposite my Uranus. I have a dream to help organize a trip to Egypt for our Galactic Astrology community. We are currently working through a polarity with Atlantean timelines. The Atlantis asteroid is currently in the sign of Leo. We're talking in 2024, not now, where it was when the pyramids of Giza were in perfect alignment with the belt stars of Orion. Regulus was rising over the Sphinx. Regulus is associated with Archangel Raphael, who is considered to be connected to Thoth Hermes through the emerald ray and the caduceus staff. The caduceus staff was originally used by Thoth. He is depicted with this ancient technology on many of the temple walls throughout Egypt. As Pluto enters Aquarius, we enter a new age that is connected to the age of Atlantis through the Leo-Aquarius axis, and I'll talk about that later. The Atlantis asteroid is alchemizing our current timeline with the emerald ray, the law of rhythmicity, and the law of polarity. The law of rhythmicity works with time fractals that are currently opening into great polarity. It creates an opportunity to harmonize the polarity as we enter the age of Aquarius. And in 2026, the asteroid Atlantis will enter Aquarius and the polarity will be completely integrated. And you may recognize another practitioner from our community through this language. So I will talk about that too, about that alignment. All right, back looking at the comments here. All good. Let's get to the next slide. So my memory of Atlantis. Some of you who are following me on my YouTube channel last year, 2024, actually on around June, I recorded a beautiful presentation. I was interviewed by Kelly, a lady who channels Archangel Raphael and other beautiful beings of light, and we talked about Atlantis. And when we finished the recording that very night, I had a dream where I believe I recalled the last moment of Atlantis for me, for my soul. And I then went to Image Creator AI, entered the details of what I saw, and it really beautifully depicted my experience. So in that dream, I recalled that I was heading to a group retreat. I had a strong sense that I'm teaching, and it was like a final day of the retreat. And it felt like the group that I'm working with, I'm teaching about emotions and transmuting energetics. It was very much something of this type. It didn't feel like astrology. It was emotions and was work with couples. And I was heading there, another just usual day. And I was on the upper hill overlooking far in the distance out at the sea. And before the flash appeared, there was a collective telepathic message that this is it, this is the end. And then the flash came up and we were gone. And I do feel that I didn't even have a chance to panic or to feel fear or to feel anything but peace and acceptance and surrender. And I recalled, as I then reflected after this dream, that whenever Atlantis was mentioned, I did not have feelings of being triggered or feeling those cataclysmic memories that I had to transmute or anything else complex or complicated like so many others, as you've seen on in the stories that I shared with you. I didn't have that. And so that dream helped me understand why. You know, I had fairly peaceful last life in Atlantis doing my thing, and then it was the end. And so Of course, I looked at the transit at the time of the dream. It was 1st of June, 4 a.m.-ish. I woke up from it, so I recorded the time. And surprise, surprise, the placements kind of validated to me, okay, what I was dreaming was related to Atlantis. First of all, whenever I have moon passing through my 12th house, the dreams that that occur usually on those nights are past lives recollections. But here in particular, moon was also conjunct transiting Neptune, both in my actually 10th house. Hold on. Oh, I didn't realize when I was casting this chart, it was early last year when I was still in the illusion of my ascendant being in Taurus, based on my mom's recollection. And then I got the records from the hospital, and I actually have not 29 degrees of Taurus ascendant, but 0 degrees something of Gemini ascendant. So the houses shift. So excuse that. So anyway, moon was conjunct Neptune, transiting and directly on my natal sun, and still kind of influencing also my natal Mercury in a wider orb. And that was direct square to my south node at 29 degrees of Sagittarius, conjunct Neptune, which is also conjunct galactic center, and also squaring, I forgot to put the line here, squaring my lunar north node, which is conjunct asteroid Atlantis. When I was born, asteroid Atlantis was conjunct my north node. So this dream had direct square to these placements. And also Uranus was conjunct, transiting Uranus in Taurus, was conjunct Mercury in Taurus, conjunct Algol. And, you know, to me, atomic weapons can be astrologically translated into Uranian power, right? And in Taurus affected the entire Earth. And me kind of recalling it, Mercury, I thought that was quite fitting that came into play too. And at the time of the dream, transiting asteroid Atlantis was exact conjunct my part of fortune in 4th house. And that was square to my natal moon, which was kind of activated also by the transiting moon. Anyway, the reason why I'm sharing the chart with this also is that it's not the first time where I was able to validate a dream, significant dream or vivid dream, and able to connect it to a star system that the dream was related to, whether it was Syrian connection, Antarian connection, and many others. And it's something that I would love to share more of in the year 2025 and going forward, as I'll share with you later. So do keep a dream journal. And what I recommend doing, what works really well for me, is have a PowerPoint presentation running with your key astrological dates and just take screenshots of important memories, of important dates, and have them on your slideshow, and then add comments to the side where you note what was important about that date. And then over time, you start being completely mesmerized and amazed and in awe of how you are impacted by the movements of the celestial bodies, and how much is being revealed to you, how much you're guided on that path of remembering your multi-galactic connections. It's fascinating how it beautifully happens, whether in our daytime or nighttime when we're sleeping. So please share your stories. If any of you here are tracking your life through charts, I would love to know. So for anyone who never looked at asteroid Atlantis in your natal chart, you can do so by going to a website called astro.com. And if you do / at the end, CGI/gen chart, generate chart, so GEN chart.cgi, you will get to a screen that allows you to enter your birth details, to run your natal chart, and then you will find additional objects section on that page. You'll need to click on that, and there you'll be able to do manual entry and type up to 11 objects. So one of them, you want to look at asteroid Atlantis, and the code for this asteroid is 1198. You do that there, and then you will see where Atlantis was at the time of your birth, or you can do transit chart and do the same process again. We are building additional features for our galacticastrochart.com calculator. This year, I believe for sure will manifest the ability of adding many asteroids to our chart. So I can't wait for our practitioners to test the beta version in 2025 to make it easier for us. All right, so let's look at asteroid Atlantis this year. So at the beginning of this year, asteroid Atlantis and still is very much in the influence of the Shapley attractor, because it was going through early degrees of Scorpio. And isn't it interesting how much the astrology community and community of star seeds was talking about this year being the big year, and it's the end of the big cycle, and we are called to make sure that we release any final attachments and get it together and make sure that we walk the talk, right? And I would say asteroid Atlantis conjunct Shapley is one of the influences of that. Like, we are thinking about these things. We're realizing the importance of the cycles and where we are and what is our role at this time. On this slide, you will see that asteroid Atlantis is moving through 3 different signs in 2025. It will move through so up to 10 degrees of Scorpio at the beginning of this year. Then it'll go retrograde back into Libra from March onwards. And then on 15th of June, it will stop the retrograde motion through Libra. It'll start moving forward. And by 1st of August, it'll ingress back into Scorpio until 11th of October. So most of the year kind of in Scorpio. And then on the 11th of October, it'll ingress into Sagittarius. So this year, asteroid Atlantis is particularly activating starseeds and humans that have planets in degrees of the sign of Scorpio, Libra, and early Sagittarius. And as Elizabeth was mentioning in the last story of the Atlantis, then early next year in January 2026, asteroid Atlantis will move into sign of Aquarius. It'll actually be conjunct the sun in on the 1st of February at 12 degrees 46 minutes of Aquarius. And again, if you listen to Pam Gregory or Heather Ensert or other brilliant astrologers who are looking at these greater cycles, they're also mentioning that by 2026, the most crucial shifts in the collective will occur. And by next year, it'll feel like, I think it's very nicely said, the polarity will be integrated by the collective that is holding this collective mission work, right? So I think it's quite fascinating. There is one date here in particular that I've noticed as I was looking at these transits earlier today, and that is, look at the middle of the slide, 31st of July and 1st of August. On 1st of August, asteroid Atlantis will ingress into Scorpio after the, going back through Libra. And so return to Shapley attractor once again. We have Atlantis conjunct Shapley now at the beginning of the year, and it'll happen again. It will return to the same point. So it must be important. It's like we are having an opportunity to explore all this now. We are thinking about it, talking about it. Then we have to live karmic connections through Libra connections. So Libra is all about relationships and restoring balance and harmony in situations that are echo of what we lived in times of Atlantis. And then in August, we will once again be very aware. And usually in August, a lot of spiritual community is doing highly focused collective intention meditations around the Lion's Gate on the 8th of August, when Sun is moving through Regulus, the heart of the Regulus. So again, that energy will be very potent in summer this year. And what's fascinating is that there is the Yod is formed with asteroid Atlantis on 1st of August and early August, really, where we will have Saturn and Neptune at 1 degree of Aries, both retrograding. So Saturn and Neptune will be together in Aries, forming 60-degree angle with Uranus at 0 degrees of Gemini. And together they'll be pushing energetically on the asteroid Atlantis and on our collective subconscious memories of that time, pushing us to take responsibility, Saturn, for our intuitive gifts that will start coming online more and more. The memories of us using healing abilities. We are receiving downloads of new codes and new ways, new modalities are being formed. We are becoming activated into our mission of bringer of the miracles, right? We are entering the age of miracles, and I'm witnessing it through so many in this community. So we are stepping into that individual activated leader in healing, teaching, guiding those that are seeking that help. So Aries, Saturn, Neptune together, 60-degree sextile angle with Uranus in Gemini. This transformational, huge amount of information, communication. It'll be just widely known. All the things that we were hushing and not talking about for so long. I was in the closet spirit junkie my whole life, but now it's becoming mainstream. Like astrology is being talked about on Good Morning America and many other mainstream shows. And a lot. Another one on another morning show was talking about extraterrestrials and talking to other beings, and like it's all becoming mainstream. So very much that Uranus in Gemini feels like that. And then they're forming 150-degree angle with asteroid Atlantis, which is not a comfortable energetic, but it's calling us to grow into that higher octave version of whatever we may have been at the end of Atlantis, right? Let me know if that resonates with you. And the night before this placement happens in a very precise alignment, on 31st of July, around 4 p.m. in mid-afternoon in the States and around midnight in Europe, we'll experience Mercury Cazimi. So it's time when Mercury was going forward and then backward at the point of Sun. So Mercury will move in front of the Sun, and it's only a very short amount of time. I believe, if I remember correctly, is within 17 astro minutes. There's this window when Mercury is illuminated by the Sun, and how it plays out on our psyche is that we have this sudden epiphany. We have a deep realization of something amazing. So check in your chart where you have 9 degrees of Leo, because that's where that Mercury Cazimi will occur. And then we will enter into this activation of the Atlantean connections and memories. But the trick with the Cazimi is that right after, the Sun is too strong. It's like overpowering Mercury. So we have this haze of thinking and like, yes, we had this download. Now we're clear, but then how are we actually going to implement it? And then we will start feeling these challenging energies of Uranus Saturn, Neptune pushing us to evolve. But you can know something mentally on a soul level, but then actually delivering it into everyday life, like walking the talk, may not be as easy. So we may be experiencing these challenges around that time. Yeah, I could keep going about each of these transits, but the message is pretty much the same about revisiting the memories of the ancient Atlantis if you've lived there, or clearing it for your family lineage, clearing it for the collective, and together making sure that we will not give into all these temptations of luxuries and technologies that may be steering us away from remembering our daily connection to God within, to what's natural, what's organic, connecting with nature, and realizing every day those three important principles, which is awakening that Christed being within, supporting Earth through her ascension process, realizing that we are not alone, that we are connected to the entire universe and many galactic races that are hoping that we will remember and we will not be misled by the drastically polarized experiences on Earth. And then thirdly, realizing that there is higher order and that we are part of a collective divine plan. And I believe that our Quantum Soul Guidance Summit, our collective within this community, showed you how much all these three big principles that I realized throughout this summit are very much what we are about, what Galactic Astrology can bring into our lives, how we can work with it, and how we can make sure that we align with that divine plan of collective evolution. Okay, I think that was, let's see. There's a few more slides. I just wanted to share a few more Atlantean connections. So Nikola Tesla, for example, had Atlantis on his natal moon, and his natal south node, still kind of within the orb. And isn't he known for channeling ancient technologies that our Earth seemed to be ready at the time? So I think that's quite fascinating. Elena Danaan, who has written several books on galactic races topics. She has asteroid Atlantis on her natal sun, and I believe in the 11th house, if I'm not mistaken. And there is a slide here, excerpt from her book called Cedars, The Return of the Gods. She mentioned the continent of Atlantis was a point of connection with other planets, as it had an important spatioport and served also as an intergalactic commercial outpost. More importantly, a large stargate was situated in the western part of the continent, able to connect with other galaxies even and dimensions, and so on. You can read more on that in her book. And I loved, the reason why I put that there was the mention of connecting with other galaxies as well, because this is something that our community has explored through browsing soul records and looking at natal charts that have placements to galactic center, super galactic center, the greater tractor, and beyond, where the information that is coming through is that this soul actually came from another galaxy or another universe. It's not uncommon within our community to have intergalactic travelers here. It's fascinating how vast the universe is. And the more we are becoming educated about all these things, the more we are able to perceive and explore this way. Okay, and I just wanted to put a slide with some of the most common star systems that you may see in your natal chart that may also, and if you have asteroid Atlantis in a prominent connection, based on what I shared earlier, and then you also have any of these star systems, you may have multiple, it's likely that in the ancient Atlantis, you had built very strong connections with beings from any of the star systems, such as Alpha Centauri A, and so Centauri A, Centauri B, both linked to human, beautiful, tall human race that descended or resided, there's another term for it, at the end of Atlantis. They were guided, some of the species, some of the beings from these races were guided before the big cataclysm happened. They went into the inner earth and reside there in a higher density. So you have to, people who witnessed these beings from the inner earth who start coming out to surface more and more, only those that resonate on a very high frequency are able to perceive them. And as we are ascending collectively, as we are expanding and dropping into our heart more and more, we are going to be able to perceive beings from higher densities. Pleiades is lifetimes or Pleiadian connections is very often seen in Atlantean life stories, Sirians, Arcturians, Orion, Draco stars, Tuban and Etamin. People with those all often have connections to Atlantean era. There are 3 different stars in Draco constellation that were the North Star in the ancient civilization within the last 24,000 year cycle. So 3 stars of Tuban were the North Star, one after another. So the constellation Draco is very, very pivotal in ancient civilization lore and the connections there. Okay, and then Hydra, Alphard star, linked to the beings called Nagas, known in India as demigods, shapeshifters, half human, half serpent. They have a history in ancient Atlantis too. And beings from Auriga Capella, known as Nacals, the star brothers that gifted Mayan civilization, ancient Mayans, with the knowledge of astronomy and astrology. So if you have these in your chart, it's very likely that you will have stories in connection to seeders from those races that supported humanity at this time. And that was my last slide. Let me know how you enjoyed this. There's a question from Tara. How can you check where you have your 9 degrees of Leo? Do you mean mine? In your birth chart, my sun is Aquarius in 29 degrees and my Leo is opposing Regulus, but not sure how to identify my Leo except that it's opposite my sun. If I'm indeed reading correctly about asteroid Atlantis. Well, when you run your natal birth chart and you see the zodiac sign of Leo, where it stars, you have those little lines that show you 30 degrees within the sign of Leo. So just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 little lines, and you will find the 9 degree of Leo. It's like the first decan. So you kind of just manually count. I hope that makes sense. Okay. Kirk is mentioning Marta Alter Heinz, the Living the One Light YouTube channel, has several videos delving into asteroids as well as inner earth beings. Yes, she's another from our Quantum Soul Guidance family, a sister for sure. Please check her out. She has videos with Pam Gregory, Kelly Hunter, and many others. Yes, absolutely an amazing rising star with a wealth of brilliant information that is of such high resonance and high frequency. So do enjoy it. Thank you for all your love and feedback. That means a lot. Petra has a question. I was told I was a demigod and angel, fallen angel. How would I find out where from? Have a look with regards to demigod, if it was linked to the beings of Hydra or from Hydra. Have a look if you have Alphard in your natal chart. Alphard is included in the free calculator, so you should be able to see that. And the fallen angel, I think we have video on that on Galactic Astrology YouTube channel. That I think it was Crystal Alexis, our very first certified practitioner. She was attracting a lot of fallen angel stories in her readings, and she has nice content on that. But it was a couple of years ago when she talked about it, so I'm not sure. I didn't attract a lot of that in my readings, so I cannot tell you more astrologically what to look for. But contact Crystal Alexis; she might be able to help you out there. Illuminating. All right, great. So I think that is we are coming to an end of our coming together and being here together and sharing this wonderful space here together. In closing, I would like to extend my deepest thanks, deepest gratitude to my two angel helpers, Margo and Kelly, who support me long term now, and they're just absolutely brilliant. You may have noticed that Margo was supporting me first half of the day of the summit, and Kelly is here as my angel on the second half of the day for the last 6 days, and it's been so wonderful. I wouldn't be able to do this without them. Thank you so much. And thank you also to every single speaker on the summit. You have been wonderful, supportive, patient, cooperative. It's been a joy. And even though sometimes it feels like it's such long hours, I actually spent almost 250 hours preparing this summit in the last 2 months. I didn't expect it'll be that much, but I have to say, because the community is so wonderful, kind, caring, loving, generous, it's easy for me to do it because we feed each other the energy. And even though it's been strenuous, I feel energized. Even on day 6, I don't feel tired, and it usually takes me a few hours to wind down just from the beautiful frequency that we hold in this community. So I want to thank you for holding me in your heart and for that beautiful energy that you keep sending. It means so much to me. It truly does. And I had a massive realization during Miriam's talk. I wasn't really fully paying attention, but it's just this massive, powerful galactic frequency of a collective descended, and my physical body almost couldn't take it. And gazillion little dots connected as I recalled my role in other forms, and in particular the Pleiadian aspect, recalling so many QHHT clients who would go through their story and then suddenly randomly they would tell me, oh, I see you on this Pleiadian ship. I see you in the uniform, and you are organizing so many different, you're working with so many different types of galactic beings, and you're helping with organizing the star seeds. And I heard it so many times. I was just, I had this kind of vague awareness of it, but never fully shown. Another one would say, I call you the boss. Like she was in hypnosis and she would say, I know you from there. And I would always say, hey, boss. And the memory that I had that I shared in the course was about helping star seeds that came like a group collective from Nihal, helping them to explain about how it works on Earth in terms of the polarized experience and the emotions and all that. And today I realized that the role that I'm playing here, I suppose, with the collective, this whole time when I was assisting the one-on-one clients for 7 years through regression hypnosis, helping them remember, and then studying the charts, connecting with a greater galactic perspective. It started when Pluto entered Capricorn, my 8th house. I went deep into exploring the personal dynamics and relationships and past lives and esoterics and astrology, all kind of 8th house stuff. And then built in the online courses and attracted this beautiful community. And this whole time I felt like I'm just opening the door for this amazing wind coming through, and these trailblazers that you've witnessed on this summit. I mean, I opened the door and you guys go far and wide, and it's beautiful to witness the power of the collective community coming together in resonant frequency, how rapidly we are all evolving when we are in this beautiful container. Like, you're all moving so fast. I cannot possibly catch up with some of the practitioners that are here creating amazing new modalities. And what I feel called to do with the lunar nodes exact conjunct my natal sun today, and Uranus fast approaching my ascendant, I feel like this is the cherry on top of all the hard work for the last almost decade, with Pluto going through my 8th house, and now it entered my 9th house. And I have this new rush of energy where I feel so excited about the new era, where I can start sharing more information, but it feels like I will share it more for more people to find out. Like, the door can become even wider, and these beautiful new newly awakened individuals can start coming in and joining our community. And I know that I will not be overwhelmed, because there's this amazing group of quantum soul guidance practitioners that can hold them and support them and carry them. So I am guided to open or create a second YouTube channel. So for now, I have the Galactic Astrology YouTube channel that now has 15,000 subscribers as of this year, which I feel guided to gift to the Quantum Soul Guidance practitioners community. I'll still contribute with videos that are related to galactic astrology, but I also want to build a second channel under Julia Balaz, where I can feel free to share more of my own stories, and always with the intention to also offer value for the viewer, and sharing. I have a very clear idea of things that I'll share, and I don't want to spill it out too soon, because I want the energy that is growing in me to go into the project. I'm afraid that if I share too soon, that I will not actually manifest it, if you know what I mean. So I'll let you wait for spring this year, when I start sharing new videos, new content that I'm so excited about, and continue co-creating with our beautiful, wonderful quantum soul guidance practitioners. So I invite you to already go to YouTube channel and look for Julia Balaz QSG tagline, and you'll find it. And I would be so happy and honored if you were one of the first founder subscribers, helping me to grow from scratch, and we'll see how it goes. And certainly I look forward to co-creating with our practitioners and share more amazing topics, and holding space for their research, their discoveries, and sharing it with the wider collective. So we have much to look forward to. And I think that's that. Of course, I invite you to explore my courses. There are 6 different courses. And I have a little gift for you, which I'll share in the email, because I really want to honor people that pre-registered early and stayed here with us live most days. The gift is for you. So I'm going to spend tomorrow building the post-production page, where everyone can find the replays, where everyone will receive their emails with the wonderful gifts from all the speakers. And we can stay connected and continue growing together and have an epic transformational year 2025. I believe we are here to hold space for those that may not yet know how to find guidance in all these beautiful keys that are giving to us, and support them during the turmoil that may be out there. But I believe we'll be guided through the path of least resistance and greatest joy. So that's all from me. I believe I shared all that I wanted to share. Have a wonderful rest of the day, evening, night. Be well, be blessed. Thank you once again, and I'll see you again soon. I'm going to play the goodbye song, the theme song of the summit, read through your comments, and go to bed smiling. Well done, everyone. Cheerio. Here.
Ooh. here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, and nurture you. Oh, the power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, and nurture you.